Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Nestled in a classic New England setting, amid 200-year-old elm trees and charming colonial homes, stately sea captains' homes, and charming Cape Cod salt boxes, Shoreway Acres is a graceful blend of Cape Cod's past and present. Shoreway Acres, proud sponsor of Falmouth Community Television.
Green Harbor Waterfront Lodging is nestled in a woodland setting on a picturesque ocean inlet. Green Harbor offers a family waterfront vacation. Enjoy our private boating beach with dock, rowboats, and paddle boats, oversized heated outdoor pool, and kiddie pool. Relax in our waterfront and beachside accommodations. 548-4747 or gogreenharbor.com. People think that a locally owned and operated appliance store may not offer what they need. Actually, we have trained and dedicated sales associates, expert delivery and installation, professional repair service, and personal customer service. Plus, we have access to a huge local warehouse with over 6,000 models in stock. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
The Quarterdeck Restaurant, located on Main Street in the heart of Falmouth, specializing in fresh local seafood and other classic American cuisine, featuring a full bar with friendly staff. And the Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, located in North Falmouth just off Nathan Ellis Highway, featuring catering services with 2 full event rooms serving up classic Italian cuisine. The Quarterdeck Restaurant and Bucatino Restaurant and Wine Bar, we're here to serve all our friends in Falmouth.
If folks would please join me in Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the
United
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I just want to start by thanking everyone for joining us and by saying a very special hello to my daughter Simone, who wanted me to wave to her on TV and say hello to her. So that's happened. Now she can have dinner and get ready for bed. So hello, Simone. All right.
Time for bed, Simone.
Yeah, exactly. Long past time for bed. I'm going to start just by reading, as I have for the last couple of meetings, just reading the information that I need to share for these remote meetings. I do so both for our board, and these are the same comments that would be appropriate for the Board of Health. So I'm reading them into the minutes for both boards so that the Board of Health doesn't have to repeat the same language. So just bear with me. I'm calling this Board of Selectmen meeting to order. I'm going to confirm our membership, and I'll do that by calling out your name, and then you'll respond in the affirmative. The Board of Health will still call their meeting to order. And also, I'll do the same for staff. So just when I say your name, just please say aye or here or present. Doug Brown? Oh, you're just muted, Doug.
Doug Brown here.
Okay, Doug Jones?
Doug Jones here.
Sue Moran?
Sue Moran here.
Sam Patterson?
Sam Patterson here.
Julian Suso?
Julian Suso here.
And Peter Johnson-Staub.
Peter Johnson-Staub here.
Thank you. And thanks as always to all of the folks in IT who are making this meeting possible and are troubleshooting as we go along. And thank you, of course, to FCTV for working through all of these difficult times to get us out to the public so that folks can see this, see and hear this information in real time. All right, let me just read this introduction to remote meeting. This open meeting of the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Health are being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. The order allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded, so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. This order does not require public participation, except for certain regulatory matters requiring a public hearing. At the discretion of the chair, a method for public participation may be provided for matters that do not require it under this order. For this meeting, the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Health are convening by video conference via Zoom app. The meeting is also being broadcast on cable channel 15 and streamed online at www.fctv.org. For those who wish to view the meeting but do not wish to participate, we suggest viewing on FCTV. Members of the public who wish to make comments or ask questions during the meeting may join the meeting as Zoom attendees, which allows you to submit written comments and questions via the chat function, and also to see and hear the meeting in real time. Please note there is a time lag between the real-time Zoom online meeting and the FCTV video, whether viewed on cable or streamed online. The link and instructions for joining the meeting are listed in the agenda posted on the town website. For more detailed instructions on how to use the chat function, please go to the town website and enter Zoom instructions in the search box on the top of the page. This meeting is being recorded, and some individuals who have been invited to make a presentation are also participating by video conference. For those of us participating as Zoom panelists on the video conference, please be aware that you can be seen and heard unless you have muted your microphone and/or your camera. Panelists are asked to mute their mics except when speaking and attempt to minimize background noise in your location to maintain audio quality. Also be advised open windows on your computer may be broadcast and recorded if you hit the screen share button on your computer. Anything captured by this Zoom teleconference will be broadcast and recorded. All the meeting materials for this have been provided to members and are available on the town website unless otherwise noted. For this meeting, the meeting packet can be found at the Board of Selectmen page by clicking on the Selectmen's Meeting Packet tab on the left side of the menu bar. Meeting business ground rules. We're going to go to our first item on the agenda, but before we do so, please let me just cover a few rules. As chair, I will introduce the speakers on the agenda. Please remember when I introduce you to unmute your microphone and face the microphone on your computer so that you can be heard clearly. Please remember to mute the microphone when you're not speaking. If using a mobile phone, mute your phone when not speaking. When any meeting participant wishes to interject a question or comment, please state your name and ask to be recognized. You can also, I can see everybody, so if you raise your hand, but if for some reason I'm missing it, please just let us know. After the presentation and member discussion, the chair will ask a staff member to read any questions or comments typed into the Zoom chat by members of the public. All votes for this remote meeting will be taken via roll call. I will call out the name of each member and ask you to repeat your last name before stating your vote. So we will certainly we've done this before. They're always a little bit of a rocky road sometimes. We're trying to coordinate a lot of information, a lot of individuals, but we'll get through it. One other thing I would note is that some individuals have sent us emails. For those people who have asked for the email to be read into public comment, I will do so. I have one for our discussion on the DPW update. We've received a lot of emails about masks in public. There were no real specific requests to read them into the public comment period, but we'll discuss sort of the nature of those emails when we get to that subject matter with the Board of Health. Any questions about process from anyone? Did I miss anything?
I think there was a request from the lady that sent the letter, Davian Gould, I think asked her letter to be read at that time in the meeting, not public
Okay.
comment.
Will you take a look and just see if that's, as we're going along, will you just
Okay.
confirm? Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, great. So our first item on the agenda is an update from our superintendent, Dr. Laura Dewar, who should be with us. And welcome. I think you just need to unmute your mic.
Good evening,
Wonderful.
everyone.
Good evening.
Megan.
Thank you so much for joining us. We know that there is a school committee meeting tomorrow. And so we hope that everyone will really tune in because there'll be some important information. But we did want to take the opportunity, since you're able to join us, to just hear where things stand. Big news last week from the governor indicating that schools will not return to the school buildings for the remainder of the school year while school continues. So I just want to allow you an opportunity to share with us any information that you think is helpful for us and for the public to know.
Yeah, so since you first mentioned about the extended school closure to the end of the year, it saddens all of us to be finishing a school year, probably the first time, first time in my history, first time in many people's history that we'd be ending a school year without seeing our students. So we understand the need to be safe and the health concerns and why that is, but just to all of our families and everyone, it's sad that we won't see our students again this year, but we will get through all this together. I just wanted to start out by thanking so many of the community members that have been giving so much of donations and just their time with so many things. Again, this community is just so amazing. We've received additional donations for our Cape Cod Meal Program. We're serving about 62 families. Our pastors and many additional community members are delivering meals every week. It was a weekend backpack program. As soon as we closed, we moved it to a full week's worth of food, and they are receiving that every week. Also, we had some donations for school supplies. We've found through this that some of our homes do not have pencils, papers, crayons, etc., and so they've also delivered supplies home to our kids. So we so appreciate the donations and the volunteerism to take care of our families. We've immediately we started the first week with our breakfast and lunch program. We're serving about 170 families. Our lunch ladies are bagging up breakfast and lunch, and our bus drivers are passing out the food in a pickup curbside system, and also delivering. We're delivering about 70 breakfast and lunch meals out to our families. So we will continue that through the rest of the school year as well. In the first week of closure, we were developing our continuity of learning plans, and our administrators and staff were reaching out to our families just to see what they needed so we can continue to support them in any type of services, whether that's food or connected with the Family Service Center or the health department. So in any way we could help. We were passing out Chromebooks. Our grades 6 to 12 students already had a one-to-one program and they were carrying them back and forth. So we were pretty set there. But then, and our fifth graders have one-to-one Chromebooks, but they had not yet started to carry them home. And we had enough Chromebooks for our students in grades 3 and 4, but we had to set up a system for them to be picked up. And so we did that. We have learning or paper packets also in our learning plans for grades K to 6, and so that was a combination. And 7 to 12 is basically, remote learning online. We did not have Chromebooks for our kindergarten to second grade students. When the first closure was announced to April 6th, we became concerned, and then to May 4th. Just valuable learning time that our teachers were missing with our students. And equity is such an important, consideration all the time. But when we have challenges as today, and where we don't have the opportunity to meet that challenge with the face-to-face time, it becomes even more exaggerated. And so we are very concerned. Our Falmouth Education Foundation stepped up and wanted to be able to supply Chromebooks for our kindergarten through second grade to support it. So they're just amazing, and we're so pleased with that. So we were able to order those right away, and we're very pleased that they should be in hopefully this week. That was the but you can imagine the demand across the country, so that's been difficult as well. And our FEF board members would like to help us pass those out to our students. So we'll do the same kind of pickup service that we did for the 3rd through 5th. And our VIPS volunteers has also created a care package that'll go home to all those students when they pick up the other. And of course, we'll deliver to any families that are unable to pick up. So we're getting set, and we're so glad that we did that now that the closure was announced for the remainder of the school year. Our youngest students will also have many opportunities. So remote teaching is not the same as teaching in the classroom. And our teachers have done just an amazing job of figuring out the shift and how we support our students. Lesson plans look differently when you're providing them online and when you're preparing lesson plans for our students, because much of this is self-directed learning. And so things look different, but we're figuring it out. And we're in it together, so we'll do a good job. Our VIPS volunteers, as I said, we're making packets, but they're also sending messages and cards home to our students, and they're continuing to help our students support their learning as well. And just today, I got a email from the League of Women Voters, and they want to send out messages for our seniors. And so we just appreciate everyone just wanting to help out. There's just so many people, and this is just such a great community. I can't say it enough, and I'm just so proud to be the superintendent. But thank you. That's
Thank you. And I know obviously folks have lots of questions sort of about more details about graduation ceremonies or things for seniors recognition, and I know that you and the school committee will be talking about some of those issues further tomorrow. So I really hope that people take the opportunity to view that meeting, because obviously things are, the challenges are daily, but just so impressed by the way that really everyone in the school department, and as you noted, so many members in our community have really stepped into that challenge to make it possible for learning to continue. So we're just very thankful that you're able to come on tonight, and certainly as we go forward, we always welcome any updates, and just thinking of any way we can get that information out. And I see Sam wants to make a comment. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know some of my neighbors don't know what the educational channel is, so you might mention that, if that's where it's going to be.
Yes, yeah, channel 14. Yes, channel 14, everyone. Yep.
Great.
And we'll they can also, the same as tonight with you, they can join us via Zoom. And so that information is all on the Town of Falmouth website.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Dewar. Any other comments or questions before we let? Yep, Doug.
Hi, Lori.
Hi,
I wonder how the education system is working for folks at home, and how much education do you have to do for the parents to implement the online, the homeschooling? Because I know when I tried to help my daughter with her schooling, it was very difficult because things were so different than when I went to school.
Absolutely. It's a range, right? I mean, we have, and there are struggles. I mean, we have parents that are working remotely from home, and they're trying to help their, students. That's a lot of our educators as well, right? They're trying to do their job online and then support their own children. And so anyone will tell you it is absolutely difficult, and we totally understand that, and we're trying to be supportive for families in any way we can. Our teachers have office hours that parents can call in and or email, or anyway, just to get support and helping with that. But really, our teachers are answering questions from home at all times. Uh, we know that there are varying degrees. Every family has to set up their own routines, but it is challenging, and we're trying to reach out and do anything we can to support.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Next, we have an update. A Steamship Authority update. I know that our State Representative Dylan Fernandez is on here, and I think Kate Wilson is as well, who's a Steamship Authority rep for Falmouth. So if we can start with Dylan, if you just want to, obviously people have seen the articles in the paper, the concern about the shortfall for the Steamship Authority and how that could impact the town of Falmouth along with other communities. But just wanted to get an update from you on where things stand with that, any legislative efforts on behalf of our town, and then we'll hear from Ms. Wilson as well.
Sure. Thank you, Megan. And just before I get started, I just want to thank you and the entire select board and town leadership for all your work during this pandemic. The Cape and Islands have seen a significantly lower rate of this disease than other places. And that's for a number of reasons, but in part because of the really strong leadership by our local towns. And in particular, when the state reached out about opening an additional overflow area for COVID-19 patients from Falmouth Hospital and from other Cape Cod Healthcare Network hospitals, the town jumped really quickly into issuing new permits for the Royal Nursing Home to move and open up the Main Street location for potential overflow. So really grateful for the town's really quick action on that. So thank you for that. And thankfully, we really haven't had to use it like we thought we would. And we're all really grateful for that as well. So on the steamship, I'll be brief, but just for kind of the edification of your viewers and folks in town, the Steamship Authority is a state-enabled public authority. It actually doesn't receive any money from the state and operates largely independently. It's a quasi-governmental agency. And so they have not operated at a deficit since 1962, which the steamship certainly has some problems. And I am one of the first ones to speak up about them. But as in terms of a transportation agency in the state and in the country, to provide reliable service without getting any state dollars makes them really unique. But we've seen that change in this pandemic, where this has really affected their bottom line. And because they don't rely on state dollars, they rely almost entirely on ticket sales, and ticket sales either through passengers or trucks or freight and the like. And so, as you can imagine, because of that model, they are particularly hard hit from this pandemic, where the reliance on traffic is just untenable because their rates of passengers have dropped off by 85%, and they've seen similar drop off in vehicle service as well. So that's caused a bit of economic turmoil at the steamship, which is a problem for a number of reasons. One, as someone who represents 30,000, probably more than 30,000 island constituents, the steamship literally serves as a lifeline to the island in terms of providing, uh, you know, every essential service, but in particular during times like this, food, healthcare, energy, the like things that you need to survive. It's critical that the steamship can both continue to run so that those 30,000 Massachusetts residents have a lifeline, but also, which is really important for the town of Falmouth and other port towns, including Barnstable and New Bedford, is that as part of the state enabling act for the steamship authority, if the steamship operates at a deficit, which hasn't happened since 1962, so we're really sailing in uncharted waters here. But if that does happen, then the state treasurer gives money to the steamship to make them whole, and then the treasurer goes to the local port towns and asks to be compensated for that money, and that is divided up 35% for each island community, and then 10% for each individual port town. And so that is a real concern of mine, especially for Falmouth. If at the end of the calendar year the steamship operates at a deficit, that Falmouth might be on the hook for some amount of money. And so one of the things that we've been working on, we're working on a number of fronts on this issue, but one of those pieces is we've sent a letter to the governor, and we've got the entire Cape delegation to sign on, the entire New Bedford delegation to sign on, requesting that the governor, if necessary, issue state funds to shore up the steamship's operating deficit. I think, and Megan, we talked originally about the town signing on to this letter, but right after we chatted, a bunch of island towns ended up sending their individual letters. So I think if the board could, and I think it would be really helpful to send a letter to the governor requesting that he weigh in and, if necessary, when the time comes, issue funds to the steamship authority so that they're not operating at a deficit. So, that's one really important piece of this. The state has received over $1 billion in transportation funds through the CARES Act. A portion of that, 9.8 million, went through the Cape Cod RTA to the Steamship Authority through a previous agreement. And then the Steamship Authority got another 2.4 million on top of that, again, through that previous agreement that they had based on commuter miles on the Nantucket route. But the details of that aren't really what's necessary to get into. But what is that they have around $12 million in funding right now. And so that puts them, I'll let Catherine talk about this, and Bob Davis if he's on, because they know the numbers better than I do. But it's my understanding that puts them through June and into July, and being able to operate. And then after that, there becomes a bit of uncertainty there. And so we've involved the administration in this. We've involved legislative leaders in this. The speaker has made calls to the governor advocating for his help and raising this issue. And so, that letter from both delegations also raised the issue. And we've requested that, last week we requested that the administration, the Secretary of Administration and Finance, Secretary of Transportation, connect with the Steamship Authority about potential solutions, which I'm hearing they've done that. So that's good news, just to get those conversations going now and make sure they're aware of this and how critical an issue this is now, so that we're not scrambling come the summer months. And then the other piece we're working on, and we're just looking to get a little bit more information from the Steamship Authority on exactly what the numbers are going to be. But the next piece we're working on is a letter to our entire federal delegation, making sure that the steamship is directly included in any additional pandemic package. And, you know, it was just reported that Congressman Neal, who's the head of Ways and Means for the entire Congress, also happens to serve in Massachusetts, is working on an additional package. And we just want to make sure that the steamship is directly included in that, and the making sure that the Congress can make them whole. So those are kind of the two avenues that we're looking at. More to come on the congressional letter once we get the information that we need from the steamship, and we've had a quick call today with them on this. But on the request to the governor, I do think it would be beneficial if the town joined the many other towns who also serve as port communities in reaching out, because the last thing that Falmouth needs after coming out of this pandemic, and who knows where we'll be at the end of the calendar year, but you know, I think it's really safe to say that town finances are going to be heavily impacted, and the last thing that the town needs is a bill from the treasurer's office requesting to be made whole based on the steamship authority operating at a deficit. That, in my mind, can't happen, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that it doesn't. And so we're just asking for any kind of additional help in that. I think would be really helpful.
Great. And Dylan, could you send me a copy of a letter from another community so we can just take a look at it when you have a chance?
Sure. Yeah, Nantucket had a pretty good one. I'll send that along.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Dylan? And then we'll hear from Ms. Wilson. Okay. Welcome.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Appreciate it. I think you just need to unmute yourself. There you are. Thank you. You had sent us a really wonderful email, and I don't know if you just want to kind of, you know, put anything onto what Dylan has said, or just from your perspective and what you're seeing, some of your thoughts about this situation.
I think Dylan did a really good synopsis of all the major issues that are going on. There are a lot of moving parts to this, and it's not clear how it's all going to shake out. Like he said, it hasn't happened in over 60 years. I can say that the Steamship Authority from the bottom up are doing their level best. The people on the front lines who are cleaning, who are greeting the passengers who are going through, are going above and beyond their usual job description. And I give them a lot of credit. Dock workers, all the way to captains, all the way down, and you know, people sweeping all the way up. So that's really important. It's a full team effort. It's a big impact, as you know, finances with nobody going across has made a big impact. I think Dylan really covered all the big points. So I'm here just to make sure that you've got somebody and you can ask me the questions that if I can't answer, I'll find a way.
Great, thank you. I see that Doug Brown has a question. Go ahead, Doug.
Hi, Catherine. I wonder if this would be a good time for the steamship to consider putting plans for the new building on hold and asking for permission to use the temporary building for an additional year.
Right now, all the design for the new building is on hold.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, they're going to, the marine construction part is going to continue.
Right.
But the building itself is on hold for the time.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Doug Jones.
I see that we do have Robert Davis in the audience also. I don't have a particular question for him, but if he's here, I wasn't sure if he wanted to add some words also.
Sure. If I didn't have the list of folks lined up here, so if Mr. Davis wants to, oh, there he is. He's coming up on the screen. If he had any thoughts he wanted to share, if he could just join us.
Yeah, no, I think Dylan did a good job in framing the issues that we're dealing with. It's unprecedented that the amount of revenue that we're losing on a weekly basis based on if we were carrying the same traffic as a year ago. And we're exploring as many avenues as we can to try to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where the towns are going to be responsible for any deficit at the end of the year. So I think in terms of the Woods Hole project in particular, yes, Kate was correct. The marine portion is continuing because we expect to be able to wrap that up here in the next within the next few weeks. And the building, the temporary terminal building, the permanent building, we have on hold, and we'll be looking to see if we can extend the variance in the building permit for the temporary one for a period of time once things settle down.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Davis or for Ms. Wilson on that? Obviously, this is an evolving situation. Part of it is going to depend on what types of social distancing measures come down as the weeks and months go by, in terms of people making plans both for travel and to go to their second home. So we will continue to have an open line of communication. The goal obviously is to continue to do whatever we can so that the end of town, as Dylan is noting, at the end of all of this, which is a challenge, doesn't have an additional burden of a pretty significant bill coming from the state. So thank you. Is there anyone else who has a question for either Mr. Davis or Ms. Wilson? Great. Thank you both very much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again. Appreciate it. Okay, next, we are going to take one item out of order. My apologies. I am just going to use my role as chair to take the item of the change of application for change of manager of an all alcoholic club license for the Portuguese American Association of Falmouth Incorporated, 55 Schumett Road, Hatchville. Just to note that the applicant is my husband. I'm taking him out of order so he can put our daughter to bed because he's the only one who is home with her. And this is a volunteer position. We don't make any money off of this volunteer position, but I will, Doug Brown, if you could just conduct this part, I will mute myself and remove my photo just to go forward. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, hi, Bob. Rob, how you doing? So, do you have any experience in managing a club like this? I can't hear you.
General manager, Congress Cafe a ways back. Thereafter, kid.
Okay, great.
My name was on the liquor license at the Captain Kid. At the Fishmonger, it was not, but I've had quite a bit of experience in this.
Good. That sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Since I always say this, so you understand that as a manager, you're responsible for the alcohol being served, even if you're not on the premises.
I do.
Seeing there's been a recommendation, there's nothing from the police department. Hold back on this. I would move that we approve the change of manager to Rob Kubicek.
Second.
All those in favor?
Patterson, aye.
Susan Moran, aye.
And Brown, aye.
Sam Patterson, aye.
Okay, I guess that's approved. Thank you very much.
Great.
Good luck, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Be well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to the regular agenda, and we are going to get really to sort of the bulk of...
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. So we are going to get to the bulk of our agenda, which is the Board of Health joint meeting that we have. And we will have the Board of Health come on in. Welcome. It looks like we still have a few members coming in. Do we have everyone? I can't tell if we... Oh, here we go.
I think we do.
Great. Welcome. Mrs. Malloy, did you want to call your meeting to order? I've read the other instructions, so I don't think you have to do that. But if you want to call your meeting to order, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Selectmen, Town Managers. This is Diana Malloy, Chairman of the Falmouth Board of Health, and I'm calling the Falmouth Board of Health meeting to order. Usually we start out with reading the mission statement, and Ben Moy has offered to do that, and I don't see Ben coming up on the screen.
I'm here, Diana.
I see him.
Oh, there you are, Ben. Thank you.
The mission of the Falmouth Board of Health is to protect and promote the health, safety, and well-being of residents and visitors of the town of Falmouth. The primary functions of the Board of Health to achieve our mission are to prevent and control disease, enforce state and local regulations, promulgate local health regulations, identify and protect from environmental hazards, and advocate for a healthy community.
Thank you. And I'd like to, as a preliminary matter, I'll confirm for the record the members and the staff that are present and can hear me. So please, when I call your name, respond in affirmative. Ben Van Moy.
Here.
George Huffelder.
Here.
Steve Rafferty. Steve, you're mute. You're mute.
I'm unmuted now.
Steve
Can you hear me?
Rafferty. Yes. Thank you.
Present.
Kevin Kruger.
Kevin Kroger here.
And staff, Scott McCann.
Here.
Thank you very much. We'd like to begin our portion of the agenda. Scott will just give us a brief overview of the latest status of COVID-19 in Falmouth.
Sure. We have both chiefs here also.
I'm sorry.
Yes. I think that Mr. Jones was just noting that we both have Chief Dunn and Chief Small here as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so every Friday with FCTV, it's on our website as well. I go into more detail about where we are statistically with it. I don't really want to take that much time up today, so I'll go over it quick. As of today, there's 122 cases. Most of those are out of isolation and recovered. And we do get quite a bit of questions about that. So that's the total number of cases we've had since the start. We're gaining slightly less than 10 a week. Our peak so far to date has been between the 3rd and the 10th of this month, where we were averaging 40. We started out being about a quarter of all cases initially in the first few weeks, and we've leveled off to about 15.8% of cases, of Barnstable County cases, which is about where our average is. I think we're about 13% of the 14% of the population. Obviously, that's subject to change, especially if there's an event, a cluster event that might occur, or hopefully doesn't occur, especially with COVID. So right here now, we're at, again, 122 cases. Dylan did mention that Barnstable County is doing better. There's 798 cases in Barnstable County. If you put that in with back around early April, we were about the same as Plymouth County. Plymouth County now is pushing 4,000. So the county itself is doing fairly well. As far as contact tracing, obviously the most important thing is, as soon as these cases come in, is to contact the individual and do a trace back. The VNA is doing that, and I'm sort of overseeing each case as well. So we're both on the Maven website. They've added staff, and they're getting to it about as quick as I can get on the computer to look at it as well, and tracking everything down. We've received some, thanks to the Barnstable County Health Department, and with Jen Mullen, we've been able to secure, I think, $14,000 as initial payment, with a total of $28,000 so far in funds, which is going to help us pay the bill for the VNA, because obviously the bill is a lot bigger this month than it's ever been before. And also the state's added 1,000 new trackers, which is going to aid in the process. So they'll be able to, if the county if VNA can't handle it, they can ship any particular case to the state with those 1,000 trackers. As far as information, again, I do that FCTV spot, but the state is at the the Mass Department of Public Health COVID website, gives you a really good dashboard every day. I don't know if you had a chance to be on it. Really good detail information. Barnstable County also has a lot of detail. They also have a thing called a heat map, which tells you where the hot spots are on the Cape. And the 2 hot spots were related to sort of nursing facilities and so forth. So that's what happens. So that's sort of it in a nutshell of what's going on. I think we're doing fairly well, and we're adding a couple cases a day or less. If we can maintain that, that's obviously a really good thing compared to where we were. We were I would say within the first 10 days, we're up into the 50s. So we went up pretty quick. We went faster than everybody, and then we've sort of leveled off, which is good. We're doing good well with social distancing, and we've closed some things down. So, we're doing, fairly well. I hope it just stays that way. Day to day, obviously tonight we're going to be talking about the face masks. That's been the number one call over the last couple of weeks. And a lot of calls from businesses and summer events and asking for advice on that. So that's been our main sort of what we're doing today.
I see that Sue raised her hand for a question for Scott. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Scott, on the Barnstable County Emergency Services meeting, there were some concerns about really PPE or equipment or coats, supplies essentially. What is your understanding about the status now of Barnstable County supplies? Is there anything we're in need of, or are we in pretty good stead?
I honestly don't really get involved in the day-to-day PPE that we may have, other than what Chief Small might need or Chief Dunn. As far as the county, I'd have to ask them exactly where they are with their, and Cape Cod Healthcare as well. The Chief Small might know a little bit better than I if I can put him on the spot.
The county's been the county has taken over responsibility for distributing the stuff that was coming from MEMA, and I don't know what their status is. The county it was initially being distributed directly from the state, and then the county sort of took that over probably 10 days or 2 weeks ago. And I don't know I know that it was getting, a couple of weeks ago, it was getting kind of thin, but where that's progressed between then and now, I don't know.
Okay. We might be able to follow up on that. Scott, can I ask one other question that we got a lot of emails about? Could you just speak to the status of nursing homes in Falmouth in particular? We did receive a number of emails from folks wondering how, just because they've heard sort of on the national level and obviously even in our own state of Massachusetts, how hard hit nursing homes have been and assisted living facilities.
We haven't had a big hit. We've had a case here and a case there, nothing where it's sort of spread. Now, what people can do too on that Mass DPH website, you can get a listing of all the nursing home cases. They don't do it by individual cases. They'll say less than 10, 10 to 30, and 30 plus. But we're holding our own with the nursing homes. There've been a couple, one here, one there, but not where you heard of Pleasant Bay down in Brewster's had like 60 plus. We have not had that. Obviously, that's the congregate event that I worry about on a day-to-day basis. Our nursing facilities have done a good job so far, and that's really difficult because the high rate of asymptomatic people coming to work, not falling through the radar. That's a very scary thing, no doubt about it. But we've done fairly well. We're well on.
Right. And just so people understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, that's exactly the type of information you would be receiving. So if something were to change, that information would be relayed to you, and we would be able to, as a community, respond in whatever way we could. I think we had some emails from folks who felt they were a bit concerned that somehow we wouldn't have access to that information.
Well, we'll get access. I get access to all the information. What we would do is we do with that is you create a cluster, is what's called a cluster. On Maven, the DPH would actually, the epidemiologist at the state would sort of take over that with DNA. So it's given a heightened sense of sort of protocol. So it's up there and it's something you have to jump on immediately. So yes.
Right. Doug Jones, I see your hand.
However, there's a distinction between nursing homes and assisted living places, right?
Yes. There is, but any congregate living where people are elderly should all be treated very, very sensitively. So yes, but there is. If you also on that state list, we'll get them both. You'll get assisted living and skilled nursing facilities. So they separate that out.
Great. Thank you.
They're licensed by the state as well. So there's a higher level of sort of scrutiny on that, especially of recent times.
Great. I'll just turn it, Diana, I'll turn it over to you if you want to sort of run, because your agenda is really setting the stage for this conversation, and then we'll just continue to go back and forth if that works.
Sure. If there's no further questions for Scott, just like to make a public recognition of Scott, as well as our other folks here in the town that have been working diligently to try to keep this contained and to minimize the impact on the residents of Falmouth. And Scott's taken, from what I can see, and working in the healthcare regime, if you will, seeing that he's really taken a proactive approach every time that there's new recommendations or guidance from CDC. So just want to say that. And I had an opportunity to see the paramedics in action and their new protocols with a neighbor. Unfortunately had to call rescue, and it was pretty amazing to watch with the PPE and the protocols and all that. And luckily I haven't had anything with Chief Dunn's crew, but anyway, it's pretty impressive. The next agenda item is to discuss our face masks, and I thought I would read at least one of the correspondence we received in this that seems like it would be an opportunity to shoot off the discussion. This was from Davian Gould, and it was asked to be read into public comment for the Selectmen's meeting tonight. Bear with me, I'm reading from my phone. Dear members of the Boards of Selectmen and Health Department, I write to you, hopefully for the last time, to request that you make the responsible and critical decision to mandate a requirement for all people to wear facial coverings in all public settings in the town of Falmouth. This would apply to all employees of all businesses as well as the general public. I want to thank Scott McCann for his patience and professional responses to my constant communications when, along with his usual duties, he is faced with the astronomical task of keeping us all safe during this crisis. Thanks to him, employees at one of our grocery stores are now required to wear facial coverings. In an ideal world, all of us would follow both the CDC and state health guidelines for wearing face masks for COVID-19. Unfortunately, though most are, there are still businesses and many people who have either not been listening to the warnings or information on the news, or just not understanding that all mitigations which people have been following for the past 6 weeks are what really has to keep our community from becoming the latest hotspot. Perhaps they are not worried about contracting the virus themselves, but ignore the fact that masks prevent an asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic person from spreading the virus and is not their problem. As the curve begins to flatten, the country, states, and local communities are beginning to make plans to responsibly and gradually open up businesses and public places. Social distancing will continue for a long time, and in order to protect us all from transmission, facial coverings will be necessary to avoid a spike in this dreaded disease. As the weather improves and the virus subsides, at least temporarily, people are going to want to become more complacent around social distancing and other protective measures. As the summer residents return and interstate travel resumes for our summer tourism industry, we need to provide everyone with the confidence that despite these necessary new normal mitigations, we are a safe and healthy place to enjoy. Information around this virus is ever changing. As one of the medical experts said, I wish I knew today what I will learn tomorrow. One thing is for certain, since we don't have yet the necessary testing, since we don't know enough about the antibodies and their duration of immunity, since we don't know when treatments and a vaccine will be available, we will need to keep social distancing, the wearing of facial masks, and other necessary mitigations and hygiene standards in place. I urge you please to be proactive and make the wearing of facial masks in Falmouth a mandate now, as well as into the future for as long as necessary. Thank you all for your service. Davian Gould. There are 2 other very short ones that Scott had forwarded that I'll just, this one was from Carolyn Klein. We are very much in favor of making the wearing of face masks mandatory in the town of Falmouth. Some people are not taking this seriously, and it has become frightening for us to go to the grocery store. Carolyn and Fred Klein. And there's one more. This is from Constance Freeman. Good afternoon. I was appalled when I ordered sandwiches at a local establishment and none of the employees were wearing masks. They delivered food curbside and no gloves or masks. Inside, the store deli and first food services were not wearing masks. Isn't this mandated by the state that all food service or restaurants must wear masks? So I thought that would kind of kick off our discussion about facial coverings this evening. So I'd like to open.
I see that Scott raised his hand. I'll just add right before he jumps in that we received the board quite a few. Obviously, the same from Miss Gould, who also had that was printed in Enterprise, and I think really, you know, inspired a lot of folks to send their own messages. I would say probably less than a dozen, but quite a few emails from individuals with the same sentiments as the ones that you've read so far.
Thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I just to give a background for those who may not know, it's right now the state gave an advisory. So right now we're under an advisory to please wear it. And so what we're looking at tonight is mandated in some way. I did do anybody I had a permit to, like all food vendors and so forth, I did send out a request to see if they were wearing them or not. And the vast majority are. So right, but there are some that have not and not. So on whole, most are, but this would make it a more formal process. So just to give you a background, that's what the state stance is so far. And additionally, the state has even said that, you know, they even questioned whether we could mandate it or not for the public. But I think, you know, I think we can. And some municipalities have done it for either the just the employees or done it for anybody, either indoor or outdoor. So that's sort of where we've been. You know, I've shown some of the board members some other towns and what they're doing. So it's just a little background.
I saw Sam raise his hand, Sam Patterson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to mention that, you know, the timing of this thing is pretty open-ended from my perspective. I don't think if you look at our population that even 5% of us have actually been infected with the COVID-19 virus. And so it's really questionable as to how many people are really immune at this point. And so to think that we're going to be able to lift, you know, the restrictions, including the use of masks in a matter of a month or two is I think, pretty unrealistic. I think wearing a mask is going to be something we're going to have to be thinking about going on for more than a year. And so I just wanted to give you, Scott or Diana, a chance to weigh in on just your projections. But this almost needs to be a new normal for how people act in a society in a responsible way, because it is kind of intimidating when you come upon somebody at one of the stores and they're not wearing a mask and you are.
I think we have to kind of look back as this whole pandemic has evolved and what we've learned about various things. If you'll remember in the beginning, it wasn't necessary to wear a mask. Well, what we've learned now is that it is not going to protect me from getting COVID-19, but it's going to help from my droplets going further out. So it's kind of keeping things in, which is so we're looking at protecting each other, really. And I have to say, I did a lot of drive-bys on Saturday when the weather was warm, and I was surprised with the amount of people that were not wearing masks and going into establishments. Doug?
Can we get an opinion either from Diana or Scott about the difference between a mask, a bandana, a face covering? Do we care that much as to what it is as long as there is something?
So as far as healthcare workers, and again, protecting ourselves, healthcare workers, from getting the virus, we really need to go with the N95. It's so minute droplet particles that can get through. The cloth masks, some sort of facial covering, all it's doing is trying to hold in the droplets to my area, to my space here, then letting them further out. Even when we speak, as we know, the droplets go spread out. So I don't think it really matters unless it's just like a wide open, big, wide knit. I think the smaller type of bandana, anything that's a fairly thick cloth, can be utilized. It doesn't have to be a mask in that respect. Megan?
So, you know, obviously we've been thinking about this a lot, hearing about it from folks. And I guess, you know, I have a couple things that have been, you know, I've been ruminating on. One is that we are trying to figure out how and when we start to take steps towards opening, you know, society back up, you know, opening up some of our businesses, you know, lifting some of those restrictions. And I see this conversation as integral to that. And I think we have asked a lot of all of our small businesses in town. I mean, some, to be quite candid, may not recover from this. This is a really difficult challenge, and it comes at absolutely, the worst time for a lot of businesses when they've just kind of eked through the difficult time of winter and are just, waiting for that explosion of spring and summer business. So I see, while one of these things, while mandating anything is a burden, I do take it in sort of, weighing it with the idea of what benefit comes out of that. Are we able to move towards some other lessening of restrictions because of that? The other piece, though, and I do really have a concern about this, is when we mandate something, it means really two things. One, we have to enforce it. And I think the enforcement piece of this is really challenging. And yes, communities have implemented these, some of them so recently, that they're in the grace period still. But it's very hard to enforce. And the other piece of it is, not everybody has easy access to appropriate covering or to the information about it. So, I worry about mandating something that people are not either in possession of, or it's hard for them to get, possession of, or they, we really have to make sure that information is getting out there. We know how long it takes to get information out to the public. Not everybody watches these meetings. They have other things to do. Not everybody reads the Enterprise or looks at FCTV or any of those things. So I think, any step in terms of going forward, I think really does require a lot of thoughtfulness. And that's obviously what this discussion is about tonight.
Susan?
You're muted.
Thank you, Diana. So, one of the reasons that we have certain mandates is really for the deterrent effect, right? It's not necessarily expected that law enforcement is going to be around every corner and catch every infraction, but through the greater populace, when it's publicized that there's a generally accepted requirement, you do get more compliance. I think that's kind of generally acceptable. The other thing is, in terms of and I definitely agree with Megan's concern about availability. And one of the great things about inventiveness of, first of all, Falmouth in general, Falmouth Cares, is that, you could literally use a sock and an elastic. I mean, you can just pull up your whatever you're wearing. It's going to be tougher in the summer. But there are so many generous nonprofits around and groups that make extras if someone else needs it. In terms of the most incredibly low cost first step that we could take, I think is going to really help to the extent that there's a secondary effect of, I think pretty obviously lowering incidence. If everyone is not infecting others, I think the math has got to be that you would, lower infection. But I think it's about the fact that Falmouth is a safe community. Falmouth is safe for business, safe for eventually getting to a place where we want to be able to manage social distancing in a way that, as the chair has said, opens up our economy. I think that, and then the last piece is, I've been, as with many of us, when working with Davian and trying to forward the information to Scott, who's been incredibly responsive. I think it's really my 2 cents. Thank you, Megan.
Doug Brown had his hand up.
Hello. So Megan, when I go to the grocery store, most of the people are wearing masks, but there are a few that aren't. And I don't know if they feel like they're being brave or what it is, what their point is, but I feel very bad for the senior citizens that are in there that have to dodge these people that are not wearing masks and just breezing through the place with no gloves. I just don't think it's acceptable, and I think that there's been enough stuff, enough information passed around out there, whether it's on television or the newspapers or internet, how to make a mask. I mean, I forgot my mask the other day and I wanted to go into a store. I took a t-shirt out of the back of the truck and tied it around my face, and it's not attractive, but anything is better than nothing, and anybody can find some way to cover themselves. And to not take consideration for people around you, I think it's rude and it's just unacceptable. So I really feel like we really need to make some kind of a move, at least to protect people in grocery stores and these essential places where people have to go, like pharmacies. They don't have a choice. They have to get food. They shouldn't be forced to endure a gauntlet of people that aren't wearing masks.
Doug Jones, sorry.
I also, what I heard that San Francisco is doing, and I like their recommendation, is that they're mandating that everybody have a face covering with them. And if they go into any establishment, they must put it on. When they're outside, they're not mandating that you have to have it all the time, but you have to have it with you. And then if you choose to go into a store, go into that store, you have to put it on. And I felt comfortable with that kind of recommendation.
Members of the board? Sam?
Yeah, I just want to say that one of the things that has impressed me is how much the use of masks has changed over the last 2 weeks. You see most everybody wearing them now, and I think that's a good sign. But there are probably always going to be a few people, and unless we have some kind of mild policing, like not letting people in the store unless they have a mask with them, that's not arresting them, but just simply saying, you understand that we need you to protect everybody else as well. It's the education piece that I think is one of those things that will allow us to refine it a bit more. But I am impressed with how proactive people have been and how much they understand that they're really protecting other people, not really themselves with those masks.
I think part of the challenge with this whole virus is that the long incubation period, and what we're finding more and more, that people are testing positive without any symptoms. They found a good percentage of the homeless, I want to say up in the Boston area, like 26%, that had no symptoms or mild symptoms that they might not have recognized. Again, as we learn more and more about it, we're adding symptoms to the list. So the more we find out, I think the more we have an opportunity to try to stop this thing. Ben, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, Sam.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment to, if you look at what other communities are doing, and Mr. Jones brought this up, there's kind of been 3 phases that other communities have done. One is to require the essential workers to wear a mask. The other one is to require anyone that goes into those essential businesses to wear a mask. And then it kind of goes to the third level, which is everybody wears a mask everywhere. And so a lot of the towns have kind of rolled those out into sequence. And I think there's a bit of a hazard with that because of what you said, Diana, is that the incubation period and the testing are so out of phase, you're not going to really get any feedback on how these measures are working until weeks later, so we won't see these things reflected in these statistics that Scott and the VNA are gathering. So anyway, I think there's a really strong case for at least going into those first 2 levels, at least, to require essential workers to wear a mask, and then to require anyone visiting those essential businesses like pharmacies and groceries and things like that to wear a mask. And then I think we'll have to really think about whether we want to extend that to everyone who's outside their home or not. Anyway, I think maybe those are kind of some of the lines we can draw as we debate what we're going to do.
George?
Yes, I agree with Ben. There's also another added advantage to going to using a mask, particularly for the workers, but also for the people visiting. And that is, it keeps really front and center a whole other issues of distancing and everything. It reminds us what's going on. And in particular in those places, I don't think this is a terrible burden, particularly in areas where people are going for food and necessary things. And I did see that a posting at the door of each of those that reminds people, and maybe you put a picture of, you know, somebody and say, if not for you, for them, you know, something like that, because really the mask is, as you said, Dan, it's to keep our perhaps unnoticed, unknown sort of illness from spreading. So I'm in total agreement of it, with that educational piece, which is putting right front and center on the doors. I think that will relieve a lot of things. People will notice. I think there'll be some sort of social pressure as they go in the store and they look around and maybe there's only one or two people without masks. And I think the impact is going to be immense if we do that.
Kevin?
So yeah, I think I'm in general agreement with some of the concepts about a mandate. I don't like the idea of a mandate, but it appears that something does need to be done, because it is true that in some of the establishments around, people have decided they don't need to wear a mask, and sometimes they're just plain resistant to it. And I think, you know, it's part of protecting the health and the workplace of those essential workers, in addition to the people who are going into those businesses. So I think I would be in favor of requirements related to essential workers, requirements related to the public inside those buildings, inside those businesses. I would be strongly opposed to any kind of a mandate having to do with just any time people are outside of their homes. I think much of the time people are not anywhere near anyone else in the public. I think that would be oppressive and unnecessary. And I think signs for sure would be a big help. And I think we should be really clear, though, when we say things like essential workers need to wear a mask. We should be really clear about when they need to wear a mask, under what circumstances. We don't want to say all the time. That would be, you know, you can't work in an 8 or a 9 hour shift wearing a mask continuously. And reading some of the other regulations from some of the other towns, they're pretty vague about when people should wear them. So I think we should be careful with that language.
Megan?
I agree with all the comments made, and I do think that if we do what we've done as we've responded the rest of the time to this, which is we're taking it piecemeal. So although we had a beautiful day on Saturday, and we got a lot of concerns about from folks saying, you know, the bike path is crowded with individuals, none of them have masks. I would just say that I think the idea of, you know, really mandating for locations, so for stores, as we've just talked about, for places that people are going into, is probably that first step, and really more doable. You know, the one thing I don't want to do is to create a situation where we have, you know, 30 phone calls or more, as we all know, a day coming in to Scott or to Chief Dunn or to Chief Small, with individuals saying there's a woman on the bike path without a mask on. You know, that's not the best. They're not going to be able to respond. Number one, it's just not practical by the time you get somewhere. The situation has moved on. And number two, it's not a great use of really finite resources and people, you know, power. So I think that the types of mandates that are sort of narrowed in scope to those areas where we're very concerned, those close quarter areas of grocery stores, any store really, and public places that people are in close proximity. I think, you know, we've done a very good job, and Falmouth has always been a couple of days ahead really of the state in terms of making decisions about what is best for the public safety. And I think that you know, that those types of mandates with that educational piece, I think, are doable and practical. And if we were going to implement them, I think the time to implement something like that would be now, where we know no matter what takes place with this virus, our population will continue to grow, whether it's, even if it's not tourists coming down, as our seasonal residents come back, our population is going to swell. So to have any kind of, regulation in place with that educational component, this is probably the time to have that, just to begin that.
Doug?
I don't think that this is going to be a case of enforcement where the law enforcement is going to be called upon to enforce. I think what we're doing is empowering the general public to comment when they see somebody in a store and say, "Sir, you're supposed to have a mask. There's a requirement in place." And I think that empowers the people to say something, whereas now they're silent.
I just want to also recognize, and I see you, Sam, the business owners in town have done, I think, an amazing job. I've done some curbside pickup myself, and people have gotten very creative to minimize the contact. But I think we do have to be cognizant of folks working in small kitchen areas where they're having to pass each other, where they're working with our food, as well as the grocery stores and any place else where there's kind of confined space, if you will. I noticed on Saturday, several stores had like their double doors wide open, so you knew that they were trying to get some circulation in there and people weren't having to grab the doors. So I think they've done an amazing job, but I do think that they need some help in supporting that effort, that masks, face coverings will aid from us spreading it to someone else. Again, all this asymptomatic positives is really quite astounding. Sam, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was trying to think of ways that we could educate people. And I was just wondering whether the town actually might be able to make some rather large posters or use the electronic sign that we have that the police department actually deploys every once in a while and have a graphic mask and say, "We're hoping you'll help us." An appeal to people rather than, a strict enforcement. But I think educating is a big part of this, and then setting an expectation.
Kevin?
So, I agree with that. I mean, to some degree, we do need to tap people's own common sense and own desire to do the right thing. I wonder, along those lines, what can be done about crowded outdoor spaces and bike paths and beaches and that kind of thing. Yeah, just looking for ideas.
Yeah, so if I could just, I think that, is something that I know the beach superintendent, Bruce Magardo, who right now is dealing with some medical issues, but and so he's kind of stepped back, but he had a lot of really, I think, great ideas for the beaches in terms of how we might, as we move forward throughout the summer months, what it might mean at our beaches. And so I think it would warrant certainly another discussion where we can bring in folks from beach committee and from the beach department, because really that goes to the heart of how are they going to staff, when and how will the beaches be open? What will that look like? Are we going to limit parking in the parking lots in order to limit the number of folks on the beaches? Are we going to do mandatory spacing? I mean, I think that would be an important discussion for those folks to have with Board of Health, with Scott, and with the Board of Selectmen in the upcoming weeks, to think about, obviously the nicer weather we hope is around the corner. So I agree, we do have to have some kind of plan in place for what we're going to do about those spaces.
Doug Jones?
So I have been on the beaches and the bike path, and I've been really impressed how busy they are with people really respecting the distances. They are very busy, but people are being very careful. They either stay far enough away that's not a problem, or they make sure to cover up their faces when they do pass people. And I think to try to either close up those places or restrict them more than we are would be a mistake.
Scott?
3 times a week, the chiefs, Julie and Peter, myself, we have calls, and this is the type of stuff we talk about, how we're going to tackle, for example, we're having issues at the knob. So got to figure out what we're going to do with the not. And it's just certain areas. So we have that discussion, I'd say 3 times a week or as long as they take. So having those kind of discussions with different groups is what we've been doing during the week anyway. So figuring that out.
Kevin?
And so I wonder about signage in those places to encourage people to maintain social distance.
Yeah, we can do signs. I mean, DPW's helped us do some signs. They have a way of laminating, but private businesses can be told to put out a sign. I pick up the sign, get a consensus on it, and when I email all the establishments, they would have them put out that particular sign. When it's town property, we can have DPW. They have a laminating machine, and we can do signs like we want.
Great.
Anybody else from the board? Steve?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. This has been an interesting sort of conversation that circled around a number of things, outdoor spaces and other spaces. I think the responsible citizens of the community have been wearing their masks when they go to the supermarket or they go to the pharmacy or other stores that have to be open for this. And some people don't. And you always want to hope that everybody in the community participates and understands for each other. The masks do protect other people, not so much yourself. I don't know how we move forward at this moment, whether it's a motion or what it's required, but I would stand in favor of some sort of action that says if you're in a supermarket or working in a supermarket or in a grocery store or to the pharmacy or some of these places where people are allowed to go, the farm stands and whatnot, that people do have to wear a mask or have a mask just to protect the people that come and go. I think Doug Jones makes an excellent point. I've been on the bike path. People are respectful. There is room. You can get away from them. You're not looking at your tomatoes or picking out your oranges and somebody cuts around you without the mask to get their orange juice, and it's just common sense to me. I always hate to make a regulation when you could get by on a principle, but this may be a time when we need a little bit of a regulation.
And I think regulation, and again, with education, partly because the rules changed. We found out more, and the whole idea of a mask came back. So I've again been impressed with the businesses, but also realizing they're working in small quarters in some of these places and have to pass by people. Doug?
I would make the same motion for the Board of Selectmen that Steve made for the Board of Health.
Do I have a second for the Board of Selectmen, noting that this is sort of general language that we'll work with the Board of Health on to really detail a policy? We're talking about both workers and then also consumers of those products coming into places. So we'll really need to work on the language. So second from Sue. So maybe, Diane, if we can vote it, I'll just have my board vote it.
Correct. Okay.
Before we vote, one thing I did notice, there was someone waiting to make a comment, and Melissa Keefe, who's a nurse, just wants to make sure, and I think this will be something that we do as an educational piece, to remind people that, it's covering your nose and your mouth. Sometimes you see folks going out and the mask is just over their mouth, or sometimes it's below their chin, which it does nothing. So to remind people that it's covering your nose and your mouth. And I think that, we can be really creative about doing some educational pieces, hopefully working with FCTV about showing folks maybe, if they don't have a mask, what other things they can use and how they would do that. I could see that as being a helpful educational component. So for our board, I'll just do a roll call vote. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Moran?
Moran, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Okay. English Braga, aye.
Okay. The Board of Health, Van Moy?
Van Moy, aye.
Huffelder? George, you want to unmute? There we go. Aye. Rafferty?
Aye.
Kruger?
Aye.
Malloy? Aye. And Megan, we do have another agenda item that we have to vote on. So at this point, will we go on to, so there's the Board of Health needs to look at the health agent's emergency order regarding personal care services dated March 19th, issued on the Board of Health's behalf. It was an emergency order, and it was done prior to Governor Baker's emergency essential worker closure, or essential, non-essential closure, excuse me, from March 24th, 2020. So is there any discussion on that topic? Scott?
Yeah, so prior to the non-essential order, I had ordered on the behalf of the board, which now needs to do a retroactive vote, all those personal care facilities. So that's what you need to vote on. And getting back to the other one, I'll draft up a regulation for the face mask and then send it to everybody. That would work too.
Great. Thank you.
And the personal care services included hair salons, tattoo parlors.
So do you need
multiple? So we need.
You need a motion to approve Scott's actions?
We do.
I make a motion to approve Scott's actions.
Second. George.
Any further discussion? Can we take a vote, please? Van Moy?
Van Moy, aye.
Huffelder?
Aye.
Rafferty?
Aye.
Kruger?
Kroger, aye.
Kroger, my.
Kroger.
Sorry, Kevin.
Kroger.
Malloy? Aye.
Kroger.
I don't see anything else on our agenda.
I just see Julian and Sam Patterson both raising their hands. So,
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's okay. So let me just go with Julian. I saw your hand first. Go ahead. And then Sam Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respective chairs both. I just wanted to clarify, we spoke about the need for signage. I just wanted to remind folks that we have had signage posted in collaboration with the Department of Public Works, working with Scott McGann, with Chief Small, Chief Dunn, at the major entry points to the Shining Sea Bikeway, at the gathering points for our all of our park hiking trails, and also at several major entry points to beaches. So we certainly can look to embellish and expand that, but I just wanted to underscore that we have had signage for some time, including using electronic message signs. We had those before they became fashionable, I guess I'll say, asking visitors to Falmouth from outside the area that they self-quarantine for 14 days. So we have been working in the education business in regard to the challenges here for some time. I just wanted to note that for the record and the fine work of my colleagues in doing that.
Great, thank you. Sam?
Yes, I think part of this is engaging people. As an 18-year retired teacher, you have to engage your students before you can ever expect them to learn anything from it. And I think really we need somebody to pick up the responsibility for taking this education role seriously and thinking about the various ways that we can better engage people, get their attention. And so I don't know who should be taking the responsibility, but I sort of feel like it should be somebody in staff to look at the best way to get people's attention to begin with, and then hopefully they'll begin to take it seriously. And if we do enough modeling of that behavior, then it'll be a little bit easier for them to conform.
Scott?
I'm generally your default for that part, so.
Well, and Ms. Patterson, also thinking about listening to Lori's presentation, maybe that the students can help us somehow to spread the word and understand the difference of why we're now encouraging masks, why 6 weeks ago that wasn't discussed. So part of maybe they can help us and spread the word, give them a school project, if you will, as well as other efforts.
It often works to have your child reminding you.
Yes, they can be compelling. Especially when you're home with them all day, every day. They really get that message across, whatever their message is. So I think it's a great idea to work in collaboration with connecting with the school, as the next week or two go by.
And before the Board of Health closes our meeting, I'd just like to encourage folks that though we didn't talk too much about open space and wearing masks, when you're riding a bike on the right side of the road and you're walking on the left side of the road, you're going to cross paths, and just to encourage folks to at least have a mask on them so that if they do get into a crowded space, they have that ability to pull it out. So that would be my kind of plea for that piece of it for this evening. Is there any
Yes.
other further
No,
business? with
can I
Board of
just
Health?
say that I
Sure.
just received a message from Dr. Dewar saying that she will work on, that the school department will work on that education piece. So once Scott kind of gets that messaging together, we will definitely work with the school. So we are very thankful for that. That's great.
Thank you. That's awesome. Any further business from the Board of Health? Susan?
One last thing, we often get the help of the enterprise, for example, in just publicizing and as well as FCTV, not only covering this meeting, but in their regular Scott's regular presentations. So those are two other good ways that it'll be publicized quickly.
Great.
Thank you. If no
Diane,
further,
do you need a motion to adjourn our meeting?
yes, we do, Steve.
Does anybody want to make that motion?
It's all yours, Steve.
I'll make it.
Second, George.
Any further discussion, the Board of Health? All in favor? Ben
Aye.
Moy,
Aye.
Hugh Felder,
Aye.
Kroger,
Thank you.
Malloy.
Aye.
Aye, Malloy. Never said them out loud that much before.
I know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all
Madam
so
Chair,
very
thank
much.
you.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to get back to our agenda. We are definitely, as is often the case, a bit behind, but only by 28 minutes. So that's not too bad given the nature of everything we've had to cover. So we have some proclamations. We have the proclamation for Police Week. Ms. Moran, did you want to read that?
Thank you very much. This is
Ms. Madam Chair, could we hear from the two chiefs?
Pardon?
Could we hear reports from the two chiefs how things are going for the police and fire department?
Sure. Do we want to, why don't we start with Chief Dunn? Only because he's on the top of my row, Chief Small. Go ahead, welcome. I think you're just still paused, muted, excuse me.
Here we go.
There you go. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board. As far as the police department, just to give you an idea, our staffing level, I want to talk about that along with everything else. It all winds together. Our staffing level right now, I have 43 officers, including myself in the department. And as you're all aware, we are approved for 63. I have eight other officers that are out, either line of duty injury, military leave, long-term sickness, or family medical leave. We had hoped to have 7 new student officers July 2nd. They were attending Joint Base Cape Cod, the new Cape Cod Police Academy. However, that was shut down 2 weeks ago. And they had hoped to have reopened in May, but that now has changed to June 1st, and it probably will change again. But in order to stay ahead of the curve and keep them engaged, we have them come into the police station every day, and we're going over, as you're aware, when they graduate, we have a 15-week field training program. We're going over a lot of those items that we feel we can get out of the way now. We don't know what it's going to look like when they're going to graduate. As far as the police department, back on March 13th, I initiated a COVID-19 special order. And what that special order did, it changed basically how the Falmouth Police Department does its job. Our officers come to work. We take they take the temperature. We have touchless thermometers, take the temperatures. The cruisers are cleaned at the beginning of the shift, at the end of the shift. All officers have N95 masks as well as surgical masks, and it is mandated that they wear the masks in the police station and when they are out of their cruiser in the public. And we also, our policing has changed. we're not responding to a lot of minor calls that we would go to. Quality of life calls, we would call them. Vandalism calls, past minor thefts, minor motor vehicle accidents. All those are handled over the phone. Dispatch kicks it upstairs to the officer that's at the desk, and we deal with them that way. But I do want to assure you and the community, if there is an emergency, we are ready to respond and will respond. And on the calls, the officers also practice social distance. If we can get the individual to come outside the home when proper, we prefer to meet them outside the home and stay within that 6 feet. So that's kind of how policing has changed for us on that avenue. I also, on March 23rd, closed our detective division and reassigned those officers to the patrol force. And this was done to allow the department to focus on our primary mission, which is patrol service operations. So our detectives and our SRO have all been deployed to either the day shift, evening shift, or midnight shift to help increase the number of officers on the road at any particular time.
Chief,
yes.
could I just ask a question on that point, just so folks hearing this, just are aware? So if there is sort of an investigation that needs to go on for any complicated reason, how does that play out? I think sometimes when people hear detectives, they think that the detectives are responsible for all investigations. How would that play out if there were?
A lot of the calls that our officers handle never make it to the detective division. Those calls are usually investigated by the officer handling the call on some thefts or B&Es. When those officers run out of time or don't have the time, then it would might get kicked over to that, or anything major, major bodily injuries, shootings, bank robberies, things like that. That would be kicked over to the detective division. And if we did have something major, well, then we have to redeploy our resources at that point for whatever particular investigation comes forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then on April 6th, I ended up having to reassign some command staff. We took a sergeant from the day shift, moved him to the evening shift, so we had a full complement there, because on one of the 8 officers that are out, one of them is a sergeant. And then I removed the administrative lieutenant out of central records and moved him to the patrol shift on day shift. Again, by doing that, that gives us full command on all shifts so that we can, again, move forward with our mission on supervision during this crisis. So that's kind of like the reorganization of the police department that I had to do in the last couple of months. As far as our calls are down, thankfully. I compared it to the exact same time from March 1st to April 27th of 19. The call volume for overall calls were 3,342 compared to this year of 2,693. That's a 649 difference in calls that have dropped. That being said, the type of calls that we're handling are taking multiple officers to respond to, and taking a lot of the officers' time there. They're not a call you can just go take a quick vandalism report and leave. Types of calls that we're responding to, we've been assisting the fire department quite a bit lately. In 19, it was 18 times. This year is 30 times. Assaults. In 19, we had 9. This year, we have 13. And again, this is just in this March 1st to April 27th period. Check the welfare. Somebody may not have heard from somebody or anything like that. In 19, it was 119 so far. And that's two-month periods, 141 times that we've done that. Domestics and disorderlies, same thing. 57 last year, 66 this year. Domestics, 14 last year, 17 this year. Just to give you an idea. Mental health. Mental health is actually down, but those calls take a long time. I was 13 last year, 10 this year. Overdoses. We've had a spike the last week. Last year was 20 during this time period. We have 28 so far in the same time period. Parking violations, which I want to talk about afterwards. Last year in this time, we had 110. So far in the same time period, we've had 140. It's taken up a lot of our time. Preserve the Peace, 15, both years. Suicides have gone up. It was 11 last year and 16 this year. And threats have stayed the same. It was 18 both times. Like I say, those types of calls, you just can't get in, get some names, addresses, and a few things. They take a lot of our officers' times, and sometimes these calls take multiple officers to handle these calls. So that was really reason why we redeployed everybody in the police department so that we'd have some staff on the road. Well, I want to go back to the parking issues. We put those parking bans in for the beach lots, and we had to also do the same down at Quistit Harbor. And just this past weekend, we had a problem down at Quistit Harbor, people not adhering to the temporary parking ban. And just this past Saturday, we ended up issuing 20 tickets just for Quistit Harbor. Other areas that we're having problems in, Little Island Road, Minot Road, Surf Drive, and Chappaquiddick, that way. People, in fact, I'll even share with everybody, we had one individual say, when the officers were there writing, they pulled up and they go, "I'll pay the ticket," and walked off. It's not acceptable. The parking bans are there for a reason. It was in coordination with talking with Scott McGann and health, because the knob was a big problem. We were getting a lot of calls to the selectman's office about people gathering on the knob in the parking lot. In fact, they were parked on the road. It was that bad. So we really need people to adhere to these parking bans. And we've tried to educate people by giving them parking tickets. It's not working. And there is a directive that I'm putting out effective tomorrow that we will be continue to issue the parking tickets, but we're going to start towing vehicles. They're leaving us no choice. It's becoming a safety. And it's also taking up a lot of our times because we're getting the phone calls, illegally parked cars here, illegally parked cars there. And our officers have to go there and try to educate there.
And just, Chief, to that point, and I know Doug Jones had his hand up too, but just so folks recognize, this is particularly the case at the knob. Some of the ways in which people are parking, not only is it violating a parking ban that's there, but more importantly, it's actually causing public safety hazard where if a fire truck or an ambulance had to navigate these, or a police cruiser had to navigate that particular section, it would be, difficult and sometimes in some of those cases impossible to do so. So, we understand people want to get out and about, but obviously, that is not the mechanism that they're going to be able to use to get some fresh air to block entire roads or half of a lane.
No, and you're absolutely right. And that is the reason why we're doing those enforcement.
Doug Jones, did you have your hand up?
As to be expected, Chief Dunn answered my questions.
Great. Go ahead, Chief.
So we're really asking the public to adhere to the parking bans. It will really help us out greatly. And again, it's keeping everybody safe. Police Week is coming up May 11th to May 15th. I know I believe you have a proclamation tonight. Just to give you, we've celebrated that every year at the police department. We have our new memorial out there. However, this year we will not be celebrating it. What we will be doing is we'll be laying a wreath at the memorial, lowering the flag to half-staff, and to honor all those officers who made the ultimate sacrifice this past year, as well as our own Samuel Pierce from 1933. But we're doing that for safety of everybody. So.
Thank you. Any questions for Chief Dunn?
One thing I meant to miss, I'm sorry. We also had on April 10th, as far as staffing, we also had Officer Charles Markin, who retired, and we couldn't even have a retirement party for him or an issue. We normally have a coffee. In fact, we invite the Board of Selectmen usually and the town manager to come and attend. Charles Markin retired after 29 years plus service. The best we could do for him was send him off in front of the police station on the front lawn. Social distance wise, we had some police officers who had retired, came back in the parking lot. We had all our cruisers from the day shift park out front. We gave Charles a salute, and then we gave him an escort home and thanked him for his service.
Well, we know where he lives, and when it's appropriate to do so, hopefully we can celebrate him, because that's a really significant period of service. And really, obviously just did such a good job for this town for, 3 decades. So just grateful, and hopefully he can enjoy his retirement, although he didn't pick the best time to start off. But
Very true.
hopefully it can only go up from here is the hope. Anything for Chief Dunn before we hear from Chief Small? Great, thank you, Chief. Chief Small?
I'm not going to talk that long. So I made a couple of bullet points too, in no particular order. Our call volume is also down. The time period I used was the March 15th through the 26th of April. Last year, we did 870 calls. This year, we've done 735 calls. It's primarily EMS calls that are down. The fire-related calls really haven't changed. Like Ed mentioned, we have seen a noticeable spike in psychological emergencies, alcohol-related calls, and overdoses, including one fatal overdose. And that's, seems to be related to people being locked in. On the 15th, the fire department initiated an emergency staffing plan with Julian and Peter's input and their support, whereby we're starting each shift with 13 firefighters, and we've completely eliminated all of the recall overtime, with the exception of building fires. Have had great cooperation with the firefighters union, understanding they have to be flexible during these times that we're in. It's been wildly successful. I ran a little preliminary math today, and we're probably even saving money on overtime by eliminating the recall and starting the day with a more robust staffing plan. We also have been conducting pre-shift temperature screenings on everybody. Our PPE is pretty good shape. We're probably good for another 30 or so days conservatively if the burn rate stays the same. As far as the members go, we've had one member who did test positive for COVID. Because he's a smart guy, he stayed home. He didn't expose anybody at work, wrote it out at home, and is subsequently completely recovered. We've had 4 members tested for COVID based on symptoms. Fortunately, all of them have tested negative. We did have one circumstance where we did have a crew with an unprotected exposure to a COVID patient that had to quarantine. Fortunately, neither one of them developed symptoms, and they're both back to work. That was in the beginning of this. Like Diane alluded to, our PPE usage now is consistent across the board, and we're really, hopefully, people really shouldn't be getting exposed at work because they're using their PPE appropriately, and it's been, the crews have done a really great job with that. In the last couple of weeks, I did have one guy resign, go to the Katuitt Fire Department. I've got 2 out on long-term sick leave, 4 out injured. That makes 3 unfilled positions right now. I do have a potential lateral transfer working in the background that I'm going to talk to Julian about once I develop a little bit more information. We did, in fact, have a senior guy retire. Yesterday was his last day. He went out with a bang by driving the first 2 fire engine to a raging fire out on East Falmouth, where he spent the better part of his shift. Patrick Gonzalez, 32 years, long, the ultimate go-to guy in the fire department. Literally, if you need something, he can get it. And his informal leadership as one of the veteran guys, the amount of mentoring he did for young guys, you really can't understate it. Pat was, if we could have 65 Pat Gonzalez in the fire department, would be in great shape. In the middle of this, we did have 2 brand new ambulances delivered the other day that are replacing the 2 oldest ambulances. They're in the process of being outfitted. They should be in service by the weekend. One's going to East Falmouth, one's going to North Falmouth, and then we're going to move the other ones around a little bit. And that's about it. Overall, the anxiety level in the crew in the first couple of weeks of this was pretty high, but they have just rolled their sleeves up and have gone to work and are doing the job. We're doing probably 2 to 4 or 5, potentially COVID-related calls a day where people are presenting with COVID symptoms or people that are diagnosed or need to go back to the hospital that are known COVID patients. And they're just, it's been very impressive what the crews the command staff and the shift commanders and the crews are just getting the job done with no complaints. And it's been, it's been, I'm not gonna say a pleasure to watch because it hasn't been a pleasure to watch, but they have just manned up and womaned up and just done the job. So that's where we're at in the fire department.
Great, thank you, Chief Small. Unbelievable weather yesterday, and then the lightning strikes with that fire. The pictures and the video that you posted were just really unbelievable. So I know we've had a couple
Rains
of
it pours, yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. So before the Chiefs go, I see Sam has a question. I just wanted to ask you both to weigh in. We have something that's later on our agenda, and I don't want you to have to stick around until then, but just any thoughts either one of you have about summer events. It's something that we're going to talk about. We have obviously a number of summer events that impact both of your departments. And just wanted to get your thoughts on that before you head out. So I'll just start this time maybe with Chief Small, and then I'll go to Chief Dunn.
I hadn't really give that a lot of thought. I would have to sort of, sit down and kind of work out specifics. I think that it is my feeling is I'm trying to be an optimist that there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel with this, and that we may see things getting progressively better now. As far as outdoor events, my understanding from a conversation I had today with the infectious disease control guy from Cape Cod Healthcare is that really the chances contracting COVID while you're outdoors is pretty slim, but that presumes no, prolonged contact in not crowded situations. So that's a long answer to I'm really not sure.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to weigh in. Chief Dunn?
At this point, we have been given a lot of thought in the police department. And at this point, I would be recommending that pretty much most or all of our summer events either be canceled or postponed to the fall sometime. Because you just heard my report on our current staffing levels. And in order to provide the community with the adequate public safety services that they are used to and everything else with some of these events, and all these events are large events that we have, that would be my reason for postponing or canceling them. Never mind, we don't know, as Mike said a minute ago, we don't know what the summer's going to look like per se, or what the governor is going to come down with for regulations with COVID. But as far as if I have to look at my own department on staffing levels, myself and my command staff would prefer it was canceled or postponed.
Great, thank you. Sam?
Just a question. Chief Small, you mentioned that you had about a 30-day supply of personal protective equipment. I mean, what's our situation now in terms of being able to restock? Do we have adequate resources? And then I just want to say thank you to all of your staff before I mute myself. But you guys your staff are putting themselves in danger of infection just virtually every day. And my hat goes off to all of you and a great deal of thanks.
So the question about the PPE, our regular supply chain is doing pretty well as far as catching up to what the initial backlog was. We're able to get N95s, protective gowns, and so forth to our normal vendor path that was really backlogged in the first, couple of 3 weeks of this. We were fortunate that Scott had a big stash of surgical masks initially that he was able to get out to us. That was very helpful to us in the beginning. We really were big borrowing and stealing in the beginning, despite the fact that we were, we had both the EMS supervisor had a pretty good idea this was coming, and we tried to be ahead of it, and we were actually in pretty good shape. But the normal supply chain seems to be catching up to our typical vendors, so that at our current burn rate, we should be okay. And as far as the second part, that all the credit goes to the boots on the ground. They have been absolutely, even from the administrative staff, the deputies, the command staff, but the boots on the ground have just been. It's been really interesting to watch, to see how, in the midst of this that nobody ever thought we would be in, how they have stepped up to the challenge and are just getting it done. And I will pass that on to them. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I see Chief Dunn and then Scott McGann.
Yeah, again, the same thing. My staff has been phenomenal. They're coming to work every day. Again, we've taken all these precautions to keep them safe so that they can go home and be safe with their families. And I know Michael said that he had one of his firefighters had contracted it. We've been fortunate, keep my fingers crossed. Nobody in the police department has contracted it yet. But again, they come to work and they do what they're asked to do, and they're phenomenal. And thank you for noticing it.
Thank you. Scott?
I just wanted to weigh in about the events. I've talked to all the big events so far they've called. The big events are going to be tough, especially some of the ones like, we've had international, events, and it's going to be really tough because, when you go back to the Italy, one of the soccer games was like the super spreading event, and that's really going to be tough. I've talked to Wendy at the fairgrounds, and I've talked to them over at the road race and so forth, and I haven't made any, decisions, or they haven't made any decisions. I was talking to actually the Cape Cod Baseball League at the same day they canceled that for the season. So I've had conversations with them, with different ones, usually every day. Now it goes by event because I think, when you look at something like the farmers market that we do every Thursday, that would be an exempt something. It could be outside. We can figure out a way to do it. It's probably better than cramming into a small market to buy, your tomatoes or whatever. So some of the events, I think you can get away with that, and some you can't. So I don't know. Maybe you guys want to think about, some sort of a group of some of us to get together, and would you guys prefer me to be making some of these decisions with them, or should we be doing this as a group?
We have it on our agenda to discuss further, but I don't want you to stay on that long because it's later. But I think from my perspective, I know we had Diane Davidson from Town Manager's Office really reach out to all of the individuals to get a sense of whether or not they were already going to postpone. We have a good spreadsheet for some people who've already, either organizations who've sort of self-canceled or self-postponed in terms of offering up another date. I think when I look at that list, the two really big events that stand out are the fireworks and the Barnstable County Fair. As far as I know, there have been some discussions about, within those organizations about what might happen. But those are the type of events that, and I can't remember who made the comment, but, really, people are shoulder to shoulder. There's just so many individuals, and I think the staffing component of it from the public safety piece, fire and rescue, and the burdens that are on them, as well as the police department, are pretty significant for the time period that those events both take place. So I think my goal is for this board to have a discussion about thoughts that we have. And that obviously including you, Scott, as we get closer. I think the last thing we want to do is to just sort of drop cancellations at the last minute. It's not fair to the organizers. It's frankly also not fair if people are coming here or structuring any of their visits here to think particular events are taking place when they're not going to. So I really think as a board and as a town, we want to give as much sort of that lead time for people to plan. Sue, I saw your hand up.
Just a point of order, I wanted to move we take this item out of order while we have public safety and our health officer here.
Great point. So let me just go to that agenda and just note that it's we are talking about status update on multiple planned and ongoing. I'm sorry, strike that. Status report update on special events. So you do have, the board does have in their packet, I believe you should have the list of events, and poor Scott's light is timing out. And so you can see from that list of events, if folks are able to turn to it, that there are quite a few events that have either canceled or recommended a potential postponement. It's towards the last third of the packet. And Julian, do you just want to speak to and I see your hand too, Sam, speak to the process for this particular list here and how that was gathered and whether or not this is public information. I know it's in our packet, so it is, but there are some potential proposed dates from events that I don't know have been made public yet.
Certainly, thank you, Madam Chair. Diane Davidson in our office reached out on 2 occasions, did a great job in contacting our many special events organizations. And essentially, as you can note, the months of May and June, essentially things have been canceled for those 2 months. We do have some fairly significant things that we're still waiting on that are looming, and that we're waiting for a little bit of a response on. But one that comes to mind is the Arts and Crafts Street Fair. There's suggestions about postponing those to September. One of the things to keep in mind, of course, there are a couple of entities that generally have had very large gatherings are talking about postponing until September, which is about the time that hopefully, if everything comes together, our schools will be beginning once again. And that maybe bodes a little bit of a risk that we would want to discuss with Scott McGann and our Board of Health as to the advisability of rescheduling major shoulder-to-shoulder events just at the onset of Falmouth school term once again, and whether we're not rolling the dice in doing so. But obviously, we are still awaiting, as was noted earlier, some further guidance from the governor, which we're hoping to have by the end of this week, because the governor had announced a deadline of May 4th for his current emergency order, and we fully expect that's going to be extended some significant period of time based on what I heard in his press conference today, confirming that we are still in the midst of a lot of challenges in the Commonwealth. So that's some background, and we'll continue to work with our special events entities. But I think at the end of the day, a few are understandably reluctant to make what we understand are difficult calls, but ones that need to be made, as the Board of Selectmen is aware, in the best interest of public health.
Thank you. Sam, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I did. I mean, I think we're all sort of reflecting on, how we can get back to something closer to what we'd like to be doing. I know I'm regretting the fact that I didn't get together with my 2 adult children and visit them a little sooner before this all set in. But I think that really we almost have to provide some guidance to the leaders of all of these events and say, this is the reality of what we're looking at here and what your expectations should be. And, if there are opportunities, Scott, for holding an event, like the farmer's market with appropriate protections in place, let's give that kind of guidance and say, these are the kind of events we could hold. But those of you that don't fall into that category really should be thinking about moving to 2021. Because I think realistically, there's just not enough immunity in our population to expect this mitigation of the infections to do anything but just kind of simmer along and keep popping up. That's what I'm getting from all of the discussions by the medical community. So I would be looking to Scott to maybe, as he just volunteered to do, go ahead and put together that guideline and start advising the various sponsors of these events. This is the reality that you need to be considering. Don't just, succumb to wishful thinking.
I would agree, Sam, but I would even take it a step further, and I would say that it's the job of this board as we work and get guidance from our Board of Health and from our health agent. These are going to be really unpopular decisions because these are events that are so cherished. I mean, every single one of us, when we look at this list, these events are very meaningful, to many of us. These are absolutely part of the fabric of our community, and the people who organize them are some of the most impressive and selfless volunteers. Not to mention that a lot of these organizations fundraise and raise funds that go to really important causes and needs in our community. So you know, I look at this as something where we are going to have to make some really tough decisions. But as we sit here tonight, and I'm not obviously speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. When I look at this list, I don't see how these larger events can realistically take place in July and August. Whether or not a street fair is appropriate in September, I don't think we have any idea as we are sitting here right now, because we need to see where we are in you know, maybe July, but July is only a few months away, and we are nowhere near. I mean, you know, even if we had a little bit fewer, instead of 100,000, if we had 60,000 people coming for our fireworks, that seems to absolutely fly in the face of everything that we have heard about what's appropriate in terms of exposure and social distancing. So I really, you know, while I think we would obviously, we're taking our cue and our education from Scott and from the other, you know, from the CDC, from the state, from the governor. I think it is, at the end of the day, if those tough decisions have to be made, this board has to, I think, really take that responsibility and make some of those hard calls. So I saw Scott, and then Sue, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, and a lot of these decisions have to be made really quick. For example, the fairground needs to make it the next week or two about the fair, not, you know, and I don't know what's going to happen in August, right? Or July. So the decisions have to be made now, not later, just to let you guys, you guys know that already.
Yeah, agreed. Sue?
And I just wanted to support your point about getting the information out there, and really to recognize the economic impact to trickle down, whether it's restaurants, it's our hotels, it's our main street, and you know, the businesses, and I know there's a discussion later about just financially supporting those businesses to keep them alive for a while, but there's a lot of planning that's involved. So, you know, I think Scott's idea of just really, you know, starting to go at the dates and doing the best we can with the factual knowledge that we have right now makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think, and I see Sam and Doug Brown. I think the other piece is, and someone spoke to this earlier, you know, even if it's we know we're going to have a lesser season than we would generally anticipate, right? I mean, we just know that's going to be the fact. But if we're able to give reliable information and we're able to be sort of steady and consistent, I mean, to me, the worst thing we could do is sort of gangbusters, open everything up and think we're going to go, and then, you know, end of July, we have a huge setback again. I mean, the goal here is steady progress, not to, you know, as Sam said, have wishful thinking that we are on a different trajectory, and then expose our population to another round of really even more austere or even equally austere measures than people are going through right now. So Sam, and then Doug, and I see Julian. Yep.
I think it actually would behoove us to take a look at the populations that would be participating in all these events, and then apply the statistics about how many people have died, and just simply say, look, we understand this is a you know, really incredibly difficult economic, you know, impact, and I worry about this every night, to think about the people that have already lost their jobs, but the businesses that may not even be able to make it into the next year. But you know, we're talking about a certain number of people that we could almost guarantee will die as a result of opening up these events. And I think if we can look at it that way, we could say this is the trade-off we're making. We're saving a certain number of lives. Yes, we're losing the economic base of so many people, but we are at least trying to backfill that, and to some extent, and of course the federal government is trying to do that as well.
Yep, good point. Thank you, Sam. Doug Brown, and then Julian.
I think at this point, we probably should just say all events are canceled. And if anybody that's sponsoring an event feels like that's unfair and they want to come to us with a new plan of how they're going to manage it effectively and how it's not going to cause any damage or cost any lives, we can consider it. But it would be much simpler, because, you know, we can't analyze all these events and take a guess at what's going to be safe and what's not. So I would just say across the board, we cancel them now. If other people want to come back and explain to us what they can do that's different than what we've approved previously, we can consider it.
Julian?
There we go.
There
I
you
just wanted to comment, Madam Chair, speaking of cherished events, one coming up within the coming month, our annual Memorial Day, our solemn procession from Town Common and the gathering on the library lawn with hundreds and hundreds of veterans, members of their families. That's something that we're really on the cusp of. And I know we've had some discussions with our Veteran Services Officer, Don Lincoln, and many others. Don has been exploring various alternative ways to have that important tribute to so many of us here in the Falmouth community. But obviously, we would be within the coming 30 days, actually, be putting many veterans potentially that attend this every year at considerable risk. And so many of them fall within that category where they are at a high risk situation. And those are the kind of tough decisions that need to be made, but they're important decisions that need to be made. And as Selectman Patterson said, we need to take into account the livelihood, the health of our cherished veterans. And this is one that's literally knocking on our door, where we really need to work with them and work with Don Lincoln and others, Veteran Service Committee, to put together a virtual tribute. And I know that there's some work behind the scenes on that, and I thank them for their diligent efforts to continue that important tradition in a little different manner this year.
Good point. I think, I see you, Scott. I think the other piece, Julian, is that it's, I think in some ways it's about not making people make tough decisions, having a policy that's appropriate so that somebody who feels very strongly about the importance of recognizing our veterans on Memorial Day doesn't feel that they have to make that choice, that we've made a policy decision where we can find a way to commemorate that day while being safe and making sure that we look to the health and safety of our veterans and their families. So, that's what I mean when I say I think the board just has to make some hard decisions. And I think Doug Brown, the only place where I might disagree with you is with the farmers market, because I think that's a way. I think that's a different type of event in my mind than some of these bigger events. And Scott, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that.
Actually, it would fit in the essentials. You can make an argument that's an essential business because it's selling food. So
okay,
you could say that one's essential. And the other thing, what I was going to say before is, Doug, that would take a lot of sort of pressure off of me on these individual decisions that these events want. If you guys did it as a blanket and a variance procedure to come out or whatever, that would take a lot of time off my hands.
So let me ask how people feel about. That is part of the reason why we had this discussion at our last meeting and why we asked Diane to reach out, which she did, so that none of this was coming as a surprise to any of these events. I do see that some of them, are trying to hold off and make their own decision, but that's not really how I think this process is going to work. And I do think that having a policy, what Doug is talking about, where if there's an event that wants to petition it, they can come forward and do so, but that we have a very clear policy. I think it's a great idea. I don't know if anyone wants to second or if there's further discussion. Sue?
I think I'm understanding Doug's idea by sort of simultaneously having guidelines from the Board of Health that would, is it an event where social distancing can be incorporated? For example, you think about, running and people are, sort of sweating and throwing water and, all of that. It seems like that may not be, just by definition, an adaptable event where people can't be regulated to have that complete social distancing. So I really like the idea, and I think it's important to come out with a policy so people can make their plans and their expectations, and really maybe get them to think about whether this might be the time to give advance notice, both for the town and for their for their participants. But I guess I'm asking Scott if that would be possible to come up with just sort of general guidelines that could be worked with.
If they were going to try to petition the board.
Right.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, we could. I mean, I really, the onus would be on them to sort of show, and we would approve it, as opposed to me trying to write their procedures, because that would take, So I think if they could come up with something, I could give suggestions, that would probably be the best way. Is to say, look, if you got a good reason, a good mechanism for doing it, because it's taken, Lori and I, the superintendent and I have gone back and forth for an hour already, at least, talking about graduation. So if you add road race, you add these other things in, I could be, it takes a lot. They should be doing the work, and then I can look at it, and maybe the board would look at it. So the onus would be on them, is kind of the way I would look at it.
Great. Sam?
And I second Doug Brown's motion with a slight variation, and that's that we put the onus on the sponsors of these groups to come and request a variance based on their ability to manage the event, and then we'll leave it with the group that Scott puts together to review that variance to decide whether it's practicable from a public health standpoint.
So
That's a second with that much of variation, if Doug is willing to accommodate that.
I think that's what Doug Brown was saying, actually.
Yeah, that was my initial intent, was if we're going to blanket deny, and I didn't mean to include the farmer's market, because I don't think of it as an event, as more of a service. And let them come back and say, because none of what we approved could be done the way we approved it. So they're going to have to come back for new approval anyway. So.
Doug, thank you. Doug Jones, you had your hand up?
Time period?
Oh, the time period. So are we talking, I think Doug raises a good point. Are we talking now through the end of August, and then we would look at events for September, October, November as we come closer to that month? Scott, do you feel comfortable with that? Does that seem appropriate to you?
It's hard to know what's going to happen in the future. Hopefully it's.
But I mean, we have to at least get through August.
Oh, that is, yeah, that's fine.
I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. So with that change being that we're talking about events from now through August, 30 days has September, August 31st.
I would be fine to go to the end of July now and then wait for August a little bit later.
Okay. I see Sue and then Peter. Go ahead, Sue.
I wanted to ask, I forget whether the chief of police had said through August in his initial overview, and I just wanted to ask him to read in.
Yeah, I was talking for the summer, July and August. That was my comment.
That's what I thought.
And Peter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be helpful to sort of reduce the burden on Scott and the management staff, if we might include in that motion that it would need to comply with the governor's order at the time. And that's sort of the challenge, the dilemma that we all face right now, is we know, given the orders that are in place today, none of these events are feasible, and we don't know. We're in the dark as to what the state regulations might be in terms of the size of gatherings that are allowed in June, July, and August.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think it gives a very clear criteria that any event coordinator can look to as they try to figure out where things are going. And I think I personally feel very confident in the way our governor has managed this, in the sense that it's been, he's been very proactive, but at the same time, deliberative, really thinking about how to best open things up. It has been, I think, a fairly measured approach that people have been able to plan by. So, Doug Jones, go ahead.
Given the Chief Dunn's comment, I would retract my feeling about July and say August is fine.
Okay, so let me just put together the motion that's before us right now is a cancellation of all events between today's date and the end of August. All individual event organizers do have the opportunity to come back before, I guess it would be back before this board, because we are the permit we issue the permits, to petition for their event based on the criteria that the governor has in place. Is that sort of the general?
That sounds right.
Scott?
Does that include things at the fairgrounds? You guys do the licensing there as well?
We do license the fairgrounds, yes. So it would include the Barnstable County Fair and the events that they have there. Sam Patterson, and then Sue.
I just want to make sure we include weddings in there, and I can see how they might conduct a wedding, an outdoor wedding, where they could assure everybody they're going to be spread out and there'll be masks used, except perhaps for the bride and groom. But that's something that maybe Scott could address in terms of issuing guidance or restrictions on wedding events.
And I don't think that we have too many for the summer, because we generally are a little bit, there's a few, I don't know how many are out there right now. We would have to figure that out, but I think it's a good, I think it covers all of those events. And those, I think, Sam, you raise a great point. Those are probably exactly the events that can come back with a modified way of running the event. I don't know how you modify the Barnstable County Fair. Probably that's pretty difficult unless the guidelines from the governor change, but a wedding event is probably easier to do. Sue, you had your hand?
Sure. I just want to be sure that included in the motion are the guidelines from the Board of Health as well as the governor.
Did you have your hand up, Chief Small? No, okay. Okay, so with all, Scott, are you comfortable with does everything that we're saying kind of make sense?
It does. You want me to present guidelines to all these now? Is that what you're asking, Sue?
No, what we would say in the messaging that would go out to all of these organizations is that if they're able to, Sue, stop me if this is wrong, but if they're able to modify their special event to comport both with the governor's guidelines as well as our own, whatever the Board of Health guidelines are at that time, then they can come back before us.
Yes.
That's right. And it also will give the Board of Selectmen information. In other words, just the way departments read in on relevant events, we would have that report as part of the decision.
All right. So right now there's no guidelines. They're all canceled. So like that's kind of what the governor's saying. So I'd probably wait to get some guidance from, DPH before I'd make my own guidelines, right?
Right. I think it would just be, so I think what Sue is saying is, say as a community, say the governor changed his guidelines in some way, but for whatever reason, whatever's happening in our own community, say we close the beaches. That would be something that would come, we would use that to read into the request that was made. I mean, we don't have, right now we're really, we're tracking pretty closely with what the governor's and the state recommendations are, but there is a scenario in which our recommendations could be different because COVID is different in our community. I think that's what Sue is saying. In other words, it's not just the governor's criteria, it's also our specific Board of Health criteria. Nothing that you have to draft now.
And we have a lot of outsiders that come into the community for these events that could be bringing infection into our town. Something we have to worry about as well.
Or we can, and it can go the other way too. Certainly lots of people visiting who could come here and become sick, and we don't want to be the vectors for any of that either. So,
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm seeing a lot of chats, and I didn't know whether we needed to actually entertain any of those if they're germane to this topic.
I'm just going to take a look.
Those are just Peter recapping our motions so that he can write it correctly.
Okay, great.
Okay. And let me just read Peter's very good summary, just because we've had a lot of discussion. So the motion on the floor is cancellation of all events through the end of August. Event sponsors may petition the Board of Selectmen to have their events approved with measures in place to address both state orders in place at the time of the event, as well as meeting any guidelines from our Board of Health. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is that okay, Doug, for your motion?
Yes, it is.
And for Sam, you still second that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to do roll call vote. Sam Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Sue Moran?
Moran, aye.
Doug Brown?
Brown, aye.
Doug Jones?
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. Thank you to both of our chiefs. Thank you, Scott, very much for sticking around for that part of the discussion. Chief Dunn? Oh, you're waving goodbye. Okay.
Oh, don't forget the proclamation.
I'm gonna have Sue read that right now. Proclamation for Police Week. Sue, if you have it.
Yes, right here. And appreciate both chiefs for mentioning the career public safety officers, and this is a great lead in. The proclamation for Police Week. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15 as Peace Officer Memorial Day and the week in which it falls, Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the town of Falmouth play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the town of Falmouth. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the police department of the town of Falmouth has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement agency, which unceasingly provides a vital public service. Therefore, we, the Board of Selectmen, call upon all citizens of the town of Falmouth and upon all patriotic, civil, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 10 through May 16, 2020 as Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies in which all of our people may join in commemorating police officers past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and by doing so, have established themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all students. Further, we call upon all citizens of the town of Falmouth to observe Friday, May 15, 2020, as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty, especially our own Samuel F. Pierce, who lost his life in the line of duty on August 6, 1933. I further call upon all citizens of the town of Falmouth to observe a moment of silence on Friday, May 15, 2020, in their honor. In witness whereof, we, Megan English Braga, Douglas C. Brown, Douglas H. Jones, Susan L. Moran, Samuel H. Patterson, and Douglas C. Brown, have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of the town of Falmouth to be affixed this 27th day of April 2020.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call. Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Sue Moran.
Moran, aye.
Brown.
Brown, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Thank you, Chief. And while we will miss the celebration, which is always a very moving celebration, particularly in that beautiful new space, I hope you know that all of us, along with the entire community, really appreciate the work that our officers are doing on behalf of public safety, and public safety goes so far beyond what it used to mean. When you think about what's going on during this pandemic, all of the mental health issues, all of the really tough family situations, the substance abuse issues going on, we just appreciate all the work that they're doing every day.
Well, we appreciate your support, and I'll make sure they hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Is it
service.
possible that you could have a memorial service where people are spread out and at least be covered by FCTV?
We had thought about that, but again, it's only a couple weeks away, and our concern was, with everything, with this, we're still in that high plateau. We just prefer to have canceled, just don't want to put people in danger.
I mean, they are going to lay a wreath. So
we are going to have, we'll lay a wreath, and I will do a similar message on our Facebook page as to the number of men and women that have made that ultimate sacrifice. And maybe I'll take your advice, and maybe if I could get FCTV just to do a a video of me reading that so that we could get that out on our Facebook page. That might be something we could do. But appreciate the idea.
It's a good idea.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Great. I have a further, oh, go ahead, Julian.
Just a quick reminder, unless the governor's directive changes, which I know expires May 4th, but it's discouraging any gatherings of 10 or more people. So again, that would place this in the realm of significant difficulty for that reason as well.
Right. Good point. Thank you. Thanks, Chief. We have one other proclamation. I will read that, and it's really also, just as the last one was, quite timely, noting all the stress that families and particularly children are under. So whereas the citizens of Falmouth value their health and mental health and that of their families, therefore they are proud to support observances such as Children's Mental Health Week. And whereas 17% of children and youth ages 6 to 17 live with a mental health condition, and 50% of all lifetime instances of mental illness begin before age 14, and even some children and youth with the most intense needs and some who are uninsured may not receive services. And whereas children and youth with mental health in elementary, middle, and high school are more likely to be bullied, absent, suspended, expelled, or fail to graduate, and whereas recognizing the early warning signs of mental health needs and obtaining the necessary support, assistance, and treatment gives children and youth better opportunities to lead full and productive lives at home, in schools, and their communities. And whereas the involvement and partnership of family members in the assessment and treatment of children and youth is essential to positive outcomes. And whereas our nation's future depends on the health and well-being of its families and their children, and whereas Children's Mental Health Week was developed by families of children with emotional, behavioral, mental health needs to focus on the needs of their children and families in celebrating this year's theme, Vision for Health and Happiness, it is fitting to increase public awareness among all Falmouth citizens of this important issue. Now, therefore, we, Megan English Braga, Douglas C. Brown, Douglas H. Jones, Susan L. Moran, and Samuel H. Patterson, as selectmen of the town of Falmouth by authority vested in us, do proclaim May 3rd through May 9th, 2020 as Children's Mental Health Awareness Week.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call. Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Moran?
Moran, aye.
Brown?
Brown, aye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you have anything specific for recognition?
Yes, I do. I'd like to recognize, they've already been mentioned, but Charlie Markin and Pat Gonzalez, both great guys. I know both the guys, and we're going to really miss them on the force and in the department. So good luck to them in retirement. They've certainly earned it. And also, because it's Police Week and we're remembering police, I'd like to remember Ryan Moore and Donald D. Miranda this week. They're no longer with the department because that event just changed their lives to the point where they're no longer able to serve in that role. So I hope those guys are doing well and wish them the best. Another recognition I'd like to mention is, I said it a few weeks ago, but people working in the stores that are considered essential, grocery stores, having to serve people that choose to come in there with no masks, their lives are in danger and they're still showing up and doing their work, and it's really impressive. So that's something that they never expected to do. And thanks to all the people that are in those type of roles. And the final recognition is the people that live alone and are sitting home alone. I am so thankful and grateful that I have family here that I can sit and enjoy and talk with. And it must be tough for people sitting completely alone. So my heart goes out to them, and I hope they're doing well. That's it for me for today.
Really wonderful. And for that latter group of folks, I hope that they do reach out to some of the resources, that are here in town, just to connect. If they're seniors, reaching out to the Senior Center, the Council on Aging, which is still doing work, even though the building is closed. They are really still doing important work for our seniors. And a lot of that is just connection. Even if you can't see someone in person, having a conversation, because it is incredibly tough to certainly be isolated like that. I was just going to recognize, I know they're not watching, but our children, our students, I'm can't imagine how their worlds have been turned upside down. I think it's, hard for all of us as adults to really cope with this difficulty. And for children, that is even more of a challenge, particularly the class of 2020, who is unfortunately, missing some of those rites of passage that are so meaningful when you're, 17, 18, 19 years old, and you're thinking about prom, and you're thinking about graduation and graduation gatherings and being excited for college. And some of those college plans are changing. Some of those job plans, people who had jobs right out of high school lined up, some of those are changing. So just keeping them in our thoughts and recognizing that, things like prom and graduation and jobs aren't trivial when you're that age. They're really important rites of passage, and hopefully we can continue to support them. So
That's a really good point. Thank you.
we have an announcement for Mr. Suso. If you just want to give a quick overview of the Eversource donation to the Falmouth Service Center that we got information about this week.
Certainly happy to do so. We received from Ronit Goldstein of Eversource a notification that the Eversource Foundation is part of making a $2 million donation to targeted community impact grants, as they call them, smaller contributions to local nonprofit organizations in the 3 states in which they operate. And Ronit mentioned that at the beginning of the year, she had identified the Falmouth Service Center as a potential recipient and intended to reach out to acknowledge that. And she's indicated that the Service Center is indeed a recipient of one of these targeted community impact grants from Eversource. And we express our thanks and appreciation to Ronit and the entire Eversource family for that important contribution.
Great. Sam, thank you.
Just one thought, and maybe I'm not the appropriate person to be bringing this up, but I didn't know whether Julian wanted to encourage people to vote early by mail in order to keep the number of people that actually participate in our upcoming elections. But that's one way of doing it without exposing yourself to infection that maybe somebody else is unwillingly spreading around.
I'm certainly happy to comment on that.
Yep. So I was thinking if we want to have that, maybe have that discussion. Yep. Yeah. We do have the sign warrant for the special state election, so maybe we can just remind people at that point about that particular procedure.
Sounds good.
Okay. Next we have public comment. I'm just going to check to see if we have any public comment. Doug Jones, did you have a comment? Okay. Peter, if you could just let me know if there's any public comment. I don't think that there is. I don't think we have any. So I'm going to, we did read that letter in from Miss Gould. That was the only one that people had asked us to read in for that particular, for the public comment piece of it. I do have a comment, but it'll be for a specific issue when we get to it. Okay, so under licenses, we have application for change of manager of a secondhand dealer license, St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Shop, 18A Davisville Road, East Falmouth. And I think we have Miss Marca. Are you there? Yep. I think you just need to unmute yourself. Perfect. Welcome. Hi. Sorry we're running late. Thank you for joining us. We have your application in front of us. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one.
Yep. Go ahead, Doug.
Is the St. Vincent de Paul's open these days?
Oh, no. We closed. Our last day of being open was March 13th.
Okay. And do you anticipate reopening at all in the near future?
Hopefully, when we get the guidelines from the governor, hopefully we will be able to.
Okay. Thank you. I did read your application, and I know it says you've been there throughout and you know everything that's going on. So I think it's great that you're willing to take the role.
Okay, thank you.
Doug Jones, I saw you raise your hand.
I was just going to second Mr. Brown's motion if he made it, but since he didn't, I'll make a motion to approve the application for change of manager.
So I'll second that.
Okay, great. Seeing no further discussion, I'll do a roll call. Sam Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye.
Moran, I.
Brown
Brown eye.
and Jones.
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. We're sorry that you had to wait so long, but we really appreciate it. And we really appreciate the work that the thrift shop does once it's open. So
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you
Thank you.
very much. Okay, next, I think I just put my agenda over here in my pile of, sorry. Next, we have some administrative orders. Now we're back to the issue that Sam was talking about. We have to sign the warrant for special state election on Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. We have,
Recused, Madam Chair.
yes, thank you. Ms. Moran is a candidate for office for one of those seats, so she's going to recuse herself.
And I'm going to recuse myself as a candidate on this town ballot.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Obviously, he's a candidate for selectman. Mr. Jones?
Well, Mr. Patterson should not recuse himself because this is only about the special election. This has actually nothing to do with the town election. It just happened on the same date. That was the only comment I was going to make, is remind people that the May 19th is the date of the special election, but we also do have a normal town election on that date, which is going to have some very important ballot questions on it, in addition to the contested race for select. And I will reiterate what Mr. Brown was saying earlier, that, and Mr. Patterson, about really encouraging people, if they want to vote by mail, it is certainly something they can do. And an opportunity to. They can also vote early by doing that by mail. I don't think they come into town meeting, to town hall and vote early. But right now we are planning on having the election on the May 19th.
Yes. And Sam, did you have anything you want to say?
Only, you know, that I'm very worried that the voter turnout will be really small because of the circumstances we find ourselves. And this is a way for more people to vote, regardless of who you vote for or what, you know, of the many articles. This would encourage people to actually participate in our very important democratic process.
Yeah, I think, you know, we are very fortunate that we have a town clerk and a town clerk's department that is, this isn't happening in every community. They have been incredibly organized with, you know, allowing and just promoting people being able to get those ballots and mail them in. And, you know, for the last few weeks, we've been talking about how everybody is eligible for that now. It's not the normal category for absentee ballots that people normally would be, we would have to adhere to. Everybody, because of COVID right now, if it, you know, is eligible to vote in that manner. So really encourage people to go to the town website or to call the clerk's office. While our doors are closed, people are here working. They can answer your questions. There's absolutely no reason for anyone to have to put themselves at risk if they're worried about that, because there's this other mechanism and there's time to do that. So hopefully people will vote early and take advantage of that. So that being said,
Could we just clarify that, is that all that's required, is they just call the clerk's office and just request it?
you can actually go to the town, and Mr. Suso, please stop me if this is incorrect, but I believe you can go to the town website and you can actually there's a form that you can download to request that. Is that correct, Sam?
That is correct. And mail it in. Only takes a first class stamp. And actually, when you return your ballot, even though the envelopes look larger than normal, it only takes a first class stamp to return it in the mail. Or I was just informed that there is now a box in front of town hall. And Julian, please correct me if I'm wrong, because it wasn't there for a while, but I think you can actually drop it off at the front of town halls.
That's
But
true.
the question is, can people just call the clerk's office and request it to be mailed?
If people are not computer, you know,
My question.
users, call the clerk's office. I mean, we don't want anybody to not vote because they're afraid that they are going to put their health at risk. I mean, there is no need for that. We want everyone to exercise their vote. As we noted, it's such an important right. And there are a lot of questions on this ballot and a lot of important, this is an important election for many reasons. Nobody has to make that tough choice between, you know, exercising their democratic right and their health. If you don't use computers because it's just not you're in your wheelhouse, call our clerk's office and they will direct you as to the process.
Very good. Thank you.
And you're helping the poll workers too, by not potentially, if you don't even know you're infected, you could be spreading it to one of those poll workers. many of whom are retired and in my category sort of at health risk.
I actually wish we could just mail the things to all the voters, but I know that's expensive.
Yeah, and I think, it doesn't take much for folks to do it. And, that way we know who we're sending it to and we have that metric to measure, hoping what we're going to get back. So as to what is in front of us, we have the special state election and where it will be on, May 19th from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it notes the precincts: Precinct 1, Town Hall; Precinct 2, John DeMello Senior Center; Precinct 3, Falmouth High School Gymnasium; Precinct 4, St. Anthony's Lodge; Precinct 5, North Falmouth Congregational Church Hall; Precinct 6, Falmouth High School Gymnasium; Precinct 7, Walk White Congregational Church Hall; Precinct 8, Navigator Club; Precinct 9, Jewish Congregation Community Center. And so unless somebody sees, this is for their special state election for the candidates for the following offices: Senator in General Court for the Plymouth and Barnstable District. This is the seat currently, he's vacated it, but formerly held by Vinny de Macedo. Okay. Do I have a motion? That's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll do by any further discussion? Seeing none, by roll call: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Great. Thank you. Sue can come back whenever if she's listening. Okay, next we have vote to accept 2019 Edward Byrne grant funding, the amount of $11,390. This is some funding that is coming from some money that the county received, and this will be used to put 3 dashboard cameras into some of our police vehicles. We have a letter from Chief Dunn and notes just the importance of dashboard cameras in both in terms of making sure that we have good records for going forward with criminal complaints, as well as instilling public confidence in our police department. Doug?
Jones moves we accept this grant.
Second.
Moran, second.
Okay. All those in favor by roll call: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Moran.
Aye.
Brown.
Brown, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. That's a great donation, great grant. Vote to accept donation check in the amount of $1,000 from Linda E. and John L. Williams to the Falmouth Fire Rescue Department donation account. With sincere gratitude. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye.
Moran, aye.
Brown, aye.
Okay, and
Jones,
Jones.
aye.
Great, thank you, and thank you to the Williams for that. Approve Eversource petition for the installation of one, FO pole on Palmer Avenue, south of Terhune Drive. The proposed location is required for system reliability.
I move approval as recommended by our town engineer.
I second that.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, roll call: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Brown.
Brown, aye.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Okay, we have approved Eversource petition for the installation of two 6-inch conduits on Palmer Avenue, south of Terhune Drive. The proposed location is required for system reliability.
Again, I'll move approval with the town engineer's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor, roll call: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Moran. Jones.
Jones, aye.
Sorry, I took it out of order.
Brown, aye.
Great, thank you. We had a public hearing that was scheduled for 8:30 at the request of the applicant. It has been continued. Do I need to read the notice, open it, and then continue it?
We already read this into notice in the first time, so we don't have to do it again.
Okay, so it was requested to be continued to what is the date?
I think it was June 15th.
I think so. Okay.
I would move that we continue this until June 15th on the request of the applicant.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor: Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
English Braga, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Brown.
Brown, aye.
And Jones.
Jones, aye.
Great, thank you. Okay, next we have a discussion on Falmouth COVID-19 fund. So let me just set this up while we have our guests being brought in for this. We have heard quite a bit from local businesses and individuals about the impact that this pandemic has had on their business. We've also heard that a lot of them have been unsuccessful in accessing federal funds, or when they've had success in accessing federal funds, that the requirements that come along with those through the SBA are pretty onerous or challenging for seasonal businesses in particular. So there was some discussion back a few weeks ago about, what was there some way to support our local businesses? And the EDIC really stepped into that, really picked up that challenge, and working with the Chamber of Commerce, started to think about ways that they could perhaps support local businesses. They have, this is not something, we'll see a presentation, it's not something that's completely new to them. They did this in 2008 as well. So what we're going to do is tonight we're going to have a presentation from EDIC, and I believe also Mike Kasparin's going to be here from the chamber. I see him there. Okay. And what we will do as a board is ask any questions, and then we will likely call a very brief meeting next week of the Board of Selectmen to vote on this. We really can't vote on it tonight because we haven't had staff weigh in yet. The proposal was just given to us. I know they've been working really hard on the details. So we do want staff to weigh in. We also want the public, obviously, to have an opportunity once they hear this presentation to send us any comments or questions. So it is likely that we will have a meeting next Monday. It'll be very brief, hopefully, but the goal is to keep this moving if this board is going to support it, if it's viable, either as it's drafted now or with any revisions that may be necessary. Obviously, the concern is, timing for small businesses. So if we want to get started with the presentation, that would be great. Welcome. Welcome, Mike. All the Michaels. Welcome to all the Michaels. So I can't see if Michael Galasso is on.
Actually, it's Michael DiGianna.
Okay, I thought they were both going to be on. So
we were expecting Michael Galasso. I think, Tom, do you have him coming in?
He is currently listed in the attendees. Let me see if he's
I see him there. So let's
actually, I think he's in the panelists. So I think Mr. Galasso can send him a unmute and video invite to help things along.
Great, thank you. Now we see him. Good. And Mike Kasparin, we can see you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you, Megan, for getting us on the agenda. We appreciate it. I know you're running late, so I'm going to be brief and run through our presentation, quickly for you. So as you mentioned, at the last EDIC meeting, which was on April 14th, we had a discussion regarding, what role could the EDIC play in helping our small businesses get back up on their feet. So let's see if we can advance this. One thing I wanted to go over real quickly is that one of your last meeting, there was some concern about the EDIC's role in creating jobs in town. So we put together this quick summary that tells you the number of jobs we created over the years. One thing when I started on the board that we needed to do is that the EDIC was starting to run out of funding. And in order to generate some funding, we took on some projects that would create an ongoing income source. And because of that, what we're going to talk about tonight is possible. because we took on the project of redoing the station. That creates revenue for us. Doing the solar at the landfill project, that creates revenue for us and a big savings for the town. So one of the reasons why we took on those projects is to create an ongoing income stream that we could use for emergencies like we have right now. So this just gives you a little summary of some of the projects we did and the number of jobs we created. So we can move on to the next couple slides. The stations there, the solar park, the fiber optic study that we have underway, what we're doing on Main Street. These are all revenue generators for us, and at the same time creating jobs. So let me summary for you what it is that we're proposing and what we need your help on to make this happen. So we'd like to create a fund together with you in the chamber of $2 million, approximately $2 million, that we would borrow from one of our lending partners. We're talking to a number of lending institutions who expressed an interest in lending us up to $2 million. But in order to service that loan amount, we need you to agree to allocate the ground lease payments that we get from Citizens Energy on phase 1 and phase 2 of the solar project. So if we can go on to the next slide. So this outlines what we're trying to do. The objective, it's a revolving loan fund. So when people pay it back, we lend it back out. We're trying to get a fund of about $2 million. The security for that and the repayment of the loan to us is the future income from the solar project. Typical loan amount to the small businesses would be approximately $30,000 to $50,000. That can change. The underlying loan underwriting and the administration, that's going to be performed by our fund's lending partner. So we're not going to be doing the individual underwriting and keeping track of the loans. Next slide, please. Oversight, we're asking to create a Falmouth Fund Advisory Board that will consist of members from the Board of Selectmen, the EDIC, and the Chamber. They'll set the policies and procedures. They'll also be responsible for reporting back to the board either monthly or quarterly as needed. The application process, we heard from a lot of small businesses that they didn't feel they were being treated fairly on the PPP program being administered by the Small Business Association. So what we've decided is that we'll have a lottery. We'll set a date for when applications are due. Then once we get those applications, we'll assign a number to them, and we'll pull a number out of the hat, and then we'll review them in that order. So there's no favoritism to any one application. That treats everyone fairly. We'll provide some pre-application assistance, either a meeting or a Zoom presentation. And with the Chamber, the EDIC, and the fund's lending partner, we'll advertise and market the fund's availability. Next slide, please. So to secure the $2 million line of credit that we're asking, or it could be just a term loan, we need 100% of the solar lease payments from phase 1, which is $70,000 a year. We currently split that with the town, 50-50. So the town, so they haven't received their first check, we have $35,000 a year right now. And then phase 2, which is brand new, creates $177,000 a year in ground lease payments. So with those two together, that gives our lenders a security that they know that the loan that we're asking for will be paid back. The town still maintains all the other financial benefits from phase 1 and 2, which totals about $12 million over 20 years. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea. The town was spending $80,000 a year previously on the landfill. That went away when we took over the ground lease. When we took over leasing the property, you get about $412,000 a year from Eversource. You get the pilot payment, and then right now you get $35,000 in ground lease payments. So you get roughly $511,000 a year. So what we're asking is that if we proceed with this proposed program, that $35,000 would be going to the debt service payment on that $2 million loan, along with the other phase 2 ground lease payment, which is approximately $177,000. One of the highlights of phase 2 is this energy saving program to about 250 low-income households in Falmouth. That generates a savings to them of about $1.7 million over the year. Next slide, please. I don't know, Mike, if you want to, can we mic up Mike so we can talk a little bit about this budget? But this is the 5-year budget, including the payments for the $2 million recovery loan fund. So I know there's a lot of numbers on there, but you can see that, you know, the EDIC still doesn't have a big amount of cash flow, even with the programs that we put together. But we still have about $450,000, $500,000 in the bank that helps offset these negatives that we have in those couple of years. And we're working on other projects that will generate some revenue too. So of course, our goal is to break even, but you can see that we have 139,190 annual debt service payment on the 20-year loan for $2 million if we can get it at 3.5% interest, and that's what we're currently negotiating. Next slide, please. So here's our mission statement. I think everyone's familiar with it. It's what we are volunteering our time for, and we meet and work with you and everyone else in the town to do. Next slide, please. And this is what we're trying to do, trying to put people in our community when it's safe and ready back to work. That's our goal. That's our goal with this program. So with that said, I know that that Mike, either one of the other Mikes might have a few words to say.
Great, thank you. And think that's a lot of information in a short period of time. So I appreciate you fitting that all in. Either Mike, want to weigh in?
I'll just say that, not to go back to the last slide on the 5-year operating budget, but what it does show is with a debt service of about $139,000 a year, that's if we can get a 20-year term loan, it supports a $2 million loan over that period of time. If it goes shorter, then we're going to, if we can only get a 10-year or 15-year, obviously the amortization payments would be much more than that. A 10-year would be 237, and that would exceed the total amount of, just about exceed the total amount of solar income. So we really need to shoot for a 20-year amortization. And then Michael Lasso, I don't know if you wanted to comment on just kind of what you hear on the street about the need for the program.
But what I hear on the street is that a lot of people have been treated unfairly on applying to the PPP program. We do have a couple banks in town that have done a great job with getting some money out to some of our small business folks. But, if you weren't a medium-sized business, and if you were dealing with a sort of a national bank that maybe only has one loan officer to cover all of the Cape, you weren't going to be able to get in and get any of the PPP money. A lot of them are reapplying now, but they're getting the same sort of kickback from some of the larger institutions that we have in town. Not the smaller local banks, but more of the larger sort of national, lending institutions and banks that we have. So we've heard that a lot of people have been very frustrated with just applying for the program. And I also heard that there's been a lot of folks that the program just doesn't work for because we have so many seasonal businesses here.
Right. That's a point that I was gonna, and I see Sue and Doug. That's a point that I was gonna raise, that I've heard even from some of the businesses that have been successful, because it's really about your payroll, and we're seasonal. It's not really applicable to a lot of our businesses here in the way that we would hope that it would be, because it's really supposed to help supplement that payroll, and a lot of our businesses aren't already fully staffed. So for even the businesses that were successful, it's not quite the support I think they had hoped it would be. Sue and then Doug Jones.
Thank you, Megan.
Michael.
One of the things sort of looking a bit down the road is that Falmouth is unique in having an EDIC. First of all, one of the benefits is that we can use these types of hybrid opportunities to really be in a position to grow our business tax base in the community, to keep a vibrant downtown so that we, don't end up with a, sort of empty stores, and it really gives us a bit of a leg up, hopefully, if we can give business folks the tools where they can hang on a little bit longer. I think Megan, you and I were both on the panel with Bill Zammer, who was specifically saying for all of his business acuity and how much he supports his employees, he could not fit the round peg in the square hole. And the other thing is, the entire Cape is unique with the same problems. And there are further down the Cape, there is an initiative to try to do similar things. They're just not as far ahead as Falmouth is, because we do already have, the vehicle, which, if approved, would be the EDIC. Some of the questions that I'm interested in going forward would be, for example, eligibility. I mean, looking at, how are we looking at established businesses to really be sure, that this money stays in Falmouth and gets invested and really generates the tax base that keeps the residential and individual tax base low. So that's just an aspect that Mike didn't hit on, but I do want to thank all the Michaels who've been working incredibly hard on putting this together as a potential solution to a problem that we all know needs to be handled quickly.
Thank you. Doug Jones and then Mike Kasparian.
My question had to do with the budget that was put forward. I didn't see any income actually coming from repayment of the loan. Is it that the loan doesn't get paid back for quite a while, or where is that money actually going after you get a loan and expect it to be paid back?
Mike Glasso.
So, yes. So Doug, we use the $2 million and we lend it out to individual businesses. This is a revolving loan fund. So when they pay it back, the money stays in the fund and is relent out. So, and we know that we have a crisis now. No one saw this coming. We don't know what we'll have in 5 or 10 or 15 years. So this is something that can be available for years to come. And when we're not in a crisis, we can do some, call it normal lending, to help grow some businesses in the town too. So it's intended to be a revolving loan fund.
And Michael Kasparian.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. Really, we came together. This was a call to action. As you know, we also received several phone calls from businesses that are members of the chamber, non-business members, as well as regular Falmouth citizens that were asking, what's the town, what's the chamber, what are we doing for our local businesses? And, we did have a brief conversation to start. I reached right out to Michael. And Michael at the EDIC, I really have to just thank them so much and commend them for really digging in. And to Michael Galasso's point, the local banks here, the community banks, have done an outstanding job, the PPP, and they're the ones that are stepping up to the plate, that are willing to work with the EDIC and the chamber and the town to make this happen. But we all have to do our part. This is a true partnership. It's the town, willing to give that revenue, that money in. It's the chamber reaching out, marketing, doing some oversight, the EDIC putting this program together, and the lenders coming together to make this money available. And specifically, Sue, to answer your question, unlike the PPP, where that money turns into a grant if it's used for payroll purposes, this is strictly a loan. It's a low interest loan. The EDIC would act as the guarantor rather than the SBA, but these loans would be solid, sound, secure loans. These would not be the loans of last resort. They would not be made to businesses that were going to fail or on the verge of failing prior to this. There would have to be sound underwriting procedures put in place, and that's where our partner lenders would come into place, because the goal would be for these people to be able to pay these loans back. And again, to Mike Galasso's point, be a revolving fund that can help future businesses if we have issues. Because really, here's the reality: the majority of the businesses here in Falmouth are 1 to 3 employees, or are owner run. They're neighbors supporting neighbors, and I think that this really is an opportunity for the entire town to get behind something that can support those businesses that got left behind through the SBA acts.
Great, thank you, Michael. I saw Sam, you had your hand up, and then other Michael.
Yes, maybe you could talk to some of the potential lenders, but I'd like to see an example of the loan agreement that we would be offering these various businesses.
Okay, thank you. Michael DiGiano and then Doug Brown.
So 2 things. First, in answer to Sam's question, those documents would be developed by, the lending partners. So, we suggested an advisory committee as part of the structure, and we could certainly share that with them. We're not far enough along yet with the lending partners to have all that documents, but we would certainly make those available. And then the other thing I just wanted to say was to commend Mike Kasparian, because he really, after sort of engaging with the EDIC about doing this, I mean, he really rounded up some of the local banks and really piqued their interest in it and did a great job at that. And then finally, in terms of how, as we learned more from Mike Kasparian about what some of the businesses were facing here, I mean, one way to look at this, I mean, this is really a two-season gut punch for our seasonal businesses, because what's going to happen, and I think, Megan, you made some reference to this, I mean, and especially listening to some of the discussion earlier about how most of our hallmark events this summer, which support many of our local seasonal businesses, aren't going to happen. So even when there is a reopening, it's going to be a very limited reopening. And so those businesses aren't going to be able to replenish their capital. So then they're going to go into the following winter with really severe capital needs in order to try to, you know, hang on and be in business in the summer of 21. So we sort of view it as a two business cycle emergency procedure, but then beyond that, there's probably a longer rebuilding period, and then what we hope is a growth period. And so that's why we sort of try to build in a revolving loan feature to this. So the loans may change in nature as we move through the different needs of the local businesses. But the key thing about this, as we've been talking to our lending partners and to Mike Kasparian, is, I mean, this is really tailored for Falmouth's economy and Falmouth's businesses. It's not a one size fits all. It's you know, but there will be underwriting standards. The lenders are going to do that. They'll be doing the underwriting. But the advisory committee would, you know, be overlooking the overall impact of the program and getting updates on how we're doing.
Great, thank you. Sam, I saw your hand up.
I guess I'm kind of asking the question, all right, the money that the town would be putting into this fund, it's kind of like a loan guarantee fund, as I understand it. Is that the correct interpretation? I'm a little concerned about, are these loans going to be structured in a way that these businesses will be able to survive and that they will get paid back? I want to support these businesses, but I want to see us do it in an effective way. You know, and if it has to be grants, I mean, I'd like to at least think of it as a grant, but I'd like to know the conditions under which the town invests in these businesses, and is it going to be a viable investment?
So Michael, also go ahead.
I mean, our intent is to work with businesses that have a good track record over the years, that have been here a number of years, mostly probably family owned. That's our intent. We didn't want to make it a grant program, though we're going to try to give them the lowest interest rate possible. They'll have to repay it. We may forgive part of it during the first 6 months, maybe the first 3 months. You know, every situation is going to be a little bit different, but we got to be flexible. But the intent is that we want them to pay the funds back. It will probably be secured with a UCC on each property, which means that we have some collateral. We would look to see if they have another loan that they might have gotten and see if they're current on that. So we don't want to be behind another big loan. So there's still a lot of underwriting to be done. And that's why we want to work with this advisory committee and then come back to you once we have those pieces together. But we do want to move along quickly because there is such a desire need. And, you know, the season, whatever that's going to be, is coming upon us. And I think Mike is right. Both Mikes are right. It's really going to be, how can we get these people through this year and be in a position to start back up in the summer of 2021? That's really going to be a key that we have to look at. And the other thing too is that we're hoping, though, $2 million is a good amount of money. I hear that some of the legislation coming out of Washington, some of the next funds might be available to economic development organizations like the EDIC, that we could then add some money to the $2 million. But we got to get our program up and running so we have a little bit of a track.
Any other questions? Yes, Doug Brown. You're muted still.
I certainly support the idea, and I like the fact that it's taking from a source of revenue that you EDIC people created, so it's not hurting us really in the long run. I wonder if we have any initial thoughts from our town council as to whether or not there are any legal issues with it, because we're taking public funds and supporting private business.
So I received, I think it was Friday that Michael sent me kind of that initial draft. And so our town staff has now received it today at the latest. I think I forwarded something on to Julian and to Peter, but it was late on Friday after I had received it. So the goal of giving this week and voting on it next week would be to give town council an opportunity to weigh in to exactly those issues. Our finance director, town manager, to really give us a read in on what concerns they have, thoughts that they have, and then the board could go forward from there. So the answer is we don't have any input, and I wouldn't ask staff to make, certainly they can say whatever they want, but I wouldn't ask them to make any sort of guidance on it tonight because they haven't had a lot of time. Julian and then Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you noted, we've been asked to do an expedited review. We are doing it with the assistance of legal counsel and internal staff as well. One of the things that I would ask of EDIC, it's been mentioned a couple times that there was a past program in 2008 or 9 that was an example of how this works. And I would just ask if we could get a copy of the records, a summary of the loans that were made at that time, the businesses that were benefited, and what the outcome of that was. It would be extremely helpful in terms of our internal review to have all that information that's you've indicated is based on past practice.
Great point. Mike?
We'll get that. We'll get that for you, Julian.
Thank you.
Yes, just for what it's worth, we did have our counsel, Laura Monahan, take a look at it, and she felt that that was within our scope. So happy to make her available to town council if he has any questions.
Excellent. Great. Any other, I think there's no doubt that there is a need. I mean, we're hearing it. We've had a number of individuals who have been, I know I've received emails asking, how are we going to support local businesses? And so, I really credit EDIC, and I will particularly say Michael Galasso, because I know you are doing a lot of the lifting the last, week and a half to really put pen to paper, along with the other two mics as well, to get us something to take a look at. And so hopefully we can, and I appreciate town staff kind of doing that expedited review in the midst of everything else, but time really is of the essence if this is going to be ultimately helpful to our local businesses. So I think, as I noted, we would agenda a meeting for next Monday to address hopefully just this particular issue, unless there's some other emergency that comes up in the interim. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Jennifer, did you have anything at this point in time?
No, I don't. I just received the documentation today, so I'm thoroughly reviewing it. I've been on the phone with the auditors, so we'll be working through that this week.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, great, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In a week's time, okay?
Thank you guys for your work.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have a status update on FY20 and FY21 financial issues. Jennifer.
Hi, thank you, Megan. First, I want to say thank you for the shout out to all the seniors and your kind words, because I have one at home.
I know.
And it's been awful. So thank you for that, though. It makes us feel better. So I just wanted to give a status update. I know that you received a statement in your packet. And if you've all read it, I will, so for the year that we're in, FY20, we will meet, as you know, when we put the budget together, we have estimated revenues and with the appropriations. And our estimated revenues are driven by state aid. Now, I've heard that there will not be any what's called 9C cuts from the state. So they're not looking at cutting state aid this year, which is good news. And our revenue estimates for motor vehicle excise, hotel motel, meals tax, other departmental revenue, which includes beach revenue, ambulance revenue, building permits, and things of that nature, we will meet those revenue estimates and slightly exceed them, we believe at this point. So we're not looking at a deficit in the fiscal year that we're in, and this fiscal year ends June 30th. So we're happy about that. However, I do want to mention, to give a heads up, we are having an issue with water revenues that really didn't have anything to do with COVID-19, but since we can't shut off anybody's water or send those out, we are closely monitoring that, because I think a lot of times people wait to pay their water bill until they have those notices, and we're not sending those notices out, which is a good thing, but we do have a revenue shortfall right now in the water. I think we will meet it this year, so we're going to have to closely look at that next year in FY21. So with that being said, we will have revenue shortfalls this fiscal year, and which will affect next fiscal year, really in free cash. But our financial policies are written in such a way, in the way that we conduct business, that we will probably have a hit to our free cash for FY21. And with that being said, the first thing we would look at would be really cutting back on your capital program. From free cash. It's easier to, we've been really aggressive in the last few years with our capital program. It's an easy program to cut back. You're not cutting back on services. So when we go into the fall and we look at our capital program, it won't be as robust as it usually is. I'm not sure what that looks like right now, but I know that we won't have as much cash as we usually do. I will tell you that in our capital stabilization fund, we do have 4.6 million right now, which is a good thing. Go ahead.
You just, and you wrote this in your summary. Could you just really speak to the fact that one of the concerns I received was that we would head into whenever town meeting happens, without, and we have a lot of, we have a lot of issues in front of us for town meeting once we get there, that we would somehow not have kind of the most present, most up-to-date. We wouldn't have an opportunity to revisit things if we need to. Can you just, I think you put it in there that that's clearly not how we're
Oh,
gonna.
yeah, that's not the case. So, yeah, I will, so I just wanted to give you the overview on what would happen really with capital. And it sets the stage for Peter McConaty in the next presentation, where, we have to kind of hope, so for instance, and I'm just going to give you an example. Usually every year we appropriate about 890,000 for paving. So that probably will have to be significantly cut back in this November town meeting. So what DPW has to do, or Peter McConaty has to do, is really prioritize the paving projects for the next year and a half. And so I just mentioned that. So those are the things that we're looking at. We're moving things around. We can't be as aggressive as we usually are. We need to be cautious right now. And I think it's more with the capital. So now getting to the operating budget. So for FY21, I've really been digging into the details and looking at the revenues and what are we looking at. And so there will be some changes to the FY21 budget. We would not recommend at this time any cut in services. I don't think we want to cut in services. I don't think we need a cut in services. And I think we can sustain FY21 with rearranging those revenues. And what do I mean by that? And I kind of alluded to that in my statement, and I'll get to that in a second when we talk about how we would approach it. Is first of all, we put about $1.5 million of reoccurring revenue into reserves every year. So we would just take a hiatus on that. We wouldn't do that for FY21, which gives us about $1.5 million. Also, what we would do is the health insurance budget, we'd probably cut the health insurance budget because we have a nice buffer in there the way we've been budgeting over the years. And so that gives us some money. So we're looking at that. And so those are some preliminary things that we're looking at for the FY21 budget we wouldn't have to cut. The question, and so how would we do that? And let me answer that, and then I'll move forward, is that we would definitely bring that to the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen to vote on that, to have that recommendation, because that would have to be a recommendation of the Finance Committee to town meeting. So when we bring that to town meeting, we would bring it obviously to Board of Selectmen and then the Finance Committee, and make a presentation and give you why we would be recommending the revenue adjustment and where we would be looking at it and where would we be cutting our estimated receipts, where do we think our motor vehicle excise will be, hotel motel excise, building permits, beach revenue, and all that. And we would give that presentation. And so does that answer your question, Megan? All right, so we would definitely bring it to you all first, and then it would go to town meeting.
Oh, perfect. I just, as I noted, I had received some concern saying we're going to head into town meeting and we're going to be stuck with what we have. And I said, that's not, how it works. We can adjust, and thank
But
you.
there will be, and the good news, a couple weeks ago, or even 3 or 4 weeks ago, when we started talking about this, we knew there were changes, but we know more and more every week. Like every week it's changing, right? So I'm confident on FY21. I think we've really positioned ourselves well in the past, being fiscally conservative. So we will be able to get through this, and that's a good thing, because a lot of other communities right now have hiring freezes. They've stopped spending, and they're looking at already cutting, just percentages off their budget and off their estimated receipts for next year. The big question that's going to take a little bit more time to answer is how fast the economy will recover. Really, how do we regain, a motor vehicle excise? What do building permits look like? And let me just give you an instance with like building permits. So right now, we were issuing a lot of building permits, and we continue to do that, and we do have contracts out there. But one of the things right now is people don't want other people in their houses, so that kind of slows that down a little bit. So there's situations out there that are happening that affect the way we do business that we're not even thinking about. So that's why we're constantly talking to our department heads. So what does that look like for FY21? And right now I feel good about FY21, but I just hopefully, that we'll recover quickly. And that's really the issue, because at first, that it'll probably be a year and a half before you have a vaccine and they roll it out, and then, everything's back to 100% normal. But how long will it take for people to, get back in their jobs and start spending money and start traveling? We are a seasonal community. So that is something, we're keeping a very close eye on. I wanted to give you some general comments of what we were looking at changing in the FY21 budget. We're not ready right now to make, those recommendations, because we will know more in 2 weeks. We will know more in 4 weeks on how things will look like opening up. And then when we start opening up slowly, we can start looking at some revenue. So I think I've hit, and the utmost importance here is that one thing I did want to mention is we had a refinancing last December, and with that we issued over $20 million in debt. So we have, money to continue these projects, particularly the Main Street project with replacing the water mains. We do not need to go out to borrow, and that is a good thing right now. So I've had a conversation with Amy Lowell and Julian and department heads, and even though we have an authorization to borrow, we do not want to borrow. It's very difficult to go out to the bond market right now. There isn't a need. We don't need to put ourselves in that position. So that we've positioned ourselves very well with that. I think when we estimated our budget for FY21, we didn't even estimate what we would bring in the Airbnbs. So when the economy resumes, we'll have that as well. So, we're looking at everything.
Great. Thank you, Jen. I saw Sue and then Sam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I have to commend Jennifer, Finance Director and Town Manager, with the, really balanced financial planning going forward, so that, and I hear this same thing all over, that not many towns have the, are in the reserve situation that we are in. But we're looking at, unprecedented times, and I guess I'm interested in, for town meeting members, if you're looking at override issues, when will we be able to start making the presentations to the community and to town meeting members about the specific financial circumstances? In other words, the way that I would guess the receipts for, just based upon the quietness in town and as you say, the building permits, I would guess we're going to start to see some changes there. And as we look at, I get emails about safer loans and all of those things. This is, a conversation that we've been having, and I want to be sure we continue to have the conversation with the updated financial information.
Yeah, I think what happened here is that everything just one day we were going along and within a week we were completely shut down. And then everything just stopped and people aren't traveling. But and so the big concern with a lot of communities is they're having shortfalls this year. And so how are they going to make up for that? And we don't have that issue because we were so conservative on our estimated receipts. And that's a good thing because when you get into next fiscal year, I think we'll be opening up a little bit. It won't be a complete shutdown like it is right now. So when you're looking in July, we'll have, the economy will start a little bit and a little bit more than it is right now. People will be going out a little bit more. I know that even this week in Sandwich, restaurants are opening up only for takeout, but that shows you that people are eager to get back to work. And so it's not going to be flipping a switch and everybody is going to be going out and, with the, earlier in the evening, canceling the events for the summer. But at least it won't be a complete shutdown. So it will be a little bit, it will be better. I guess my point is it will be a little bit better than it is right now. So if we're okay this year, we can at least maybe gain a little bit steam for next fiscal year. And that's how we kind of look at it. But you're right. We are definitely keeping an eye on it and we will update the board at every turn.
And as many, just to follow up, I think as many times as we can give the public the information about where we stand when we're looking, we're looking at major expenditures in the face of, a financially questionable time. So I think that, obviously we know you're keeping a close eye on it. I think that the more that we can publicize that so that folks are informed, it is better.
Yes, we will. One of the challenges with this is we do have major expenditures, but right now the concern is, the operating budget. We don't want to cut in service, so we will be moving forward. But things change so quickly. You're always getting new information from the state. You're waiting. It starts with you waiting for your cases to decrease, and then maybe they can start hitting those the gated period that the federal government came out with, and then you can go into phase one. Little things like, can they do elective surgeries? I mean, that's what we're looking at. And so it just changes so quickly. It's hard to, you want to keep the public informed, but when the numbers change that quickly, if you keep putting out information like every other day, it's just going to get confusing to everybody. So we want to make sure that whenever we pick a date for town meeting or in the next, even 4 to 6 weeks, we'll be able to give a really, sound budget for FY21 of what we know right then and there. But if we did it now, it would be premature.
I think what Sue is speaking to in particular is that we have an election, on the, oh, sorry, Sam. Go ahead, Sam. Oh, Sam, can you hear me? Oh. Yes. Go ahead.
Question, as I understand, my audio is coming in.
We can't really hear you.
My neighbor asked me, what do you think about the override? Can you hear me?
So no, but I got the gist of it. Sam's asking the same thing that I was going to point out and what Sue is talking to, which is we have the election coming up on the 19th, in which the town is going to vote on an override.
Okay.
And what, we have put this forward. Obviously, it was in a different time when we put this forward, but, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee have given it, blessing and really wanted to see it succeed. And we need to have some kind of information and messaging to explain to people why it's either still a viable, vote to cast in a positive direction, or if things have changed so much that we no longer think that we can advise in that direction. And I wouldn't ask you for an answer tonight, Jen, but I do think we should probably, and I say this to Julian as well, there probably in the next couple of weeks should be a joint finance committee board of selectmen meeting where we address this issue, because it's a very big vote and it's too late for us to remove it from the ballot. And we really should be, it's our, I see it anyway, as our job to do that education for the voters as to whether or not this is, a responsible vote to take.
All right, so your question really was about the override. And I'm super focused on the economy right now, so I apologize.
Sam was asking this, I heard it override, so.
So I know that Peter was working on a frequently asked questions for the website. Just to try to really put it simply with the override is that we're not fighting for revenues with the override. That's tax revenue. When you estimate tax revenue, you estimate 100%, even if it's totally it's completely deferred. So even if usually we have a 98, 99% receivable rate on taxes. So really the question becomes, and we've always posed this way because it's an override, do you want to raise your taxes? I think it's like $36 a year for this median income home for this service. And that's really the simple question. It's not fighting for anything else. We're not trying to put that into the budget. Do you see what I mean? So we're raising taxes for that, which in a way is separate than the whole balancing the budget on your 4 revenue sources. That's tax revenue and it's going to support that. So the question to the community is, do you want to raise your taxes for this specific service?
Julian?
And Madam Chair and members of the board, as Jennifer mentioned, we are working on a frequently asked question information piece that we'll be putting on the town website and making otherwise available. Just to answer questions, obviously we're not able to take any actions to promote an override, but to answer questions about it, that is underway, and we'll be making that available and working with anyone that has any questions for us. We're happy to try and answer those to the best of our ability.
And can someone just, thank you, and can someone just remind me, have we seen a copy? We haven't seen a copy of the ballot yet. So we haven't seen the sort of explanation of the, if you vote yes, the median amount for a taxpayer will be $36.70, whatever it
That
is.
won't be on the ballot. The only thing that will be on the ballot is the question that you voted. That information is going to be on the website, and you'll have that information on the website with all the presentations we did. What happened right now with COVID-19 really didn't change the information that we put out on the override. So that only the question will be on the ballot. We'll have information on the website. And if it passes the ballot at the election, it still has to go to town meeting. And so you're going to have a robust discussion about this with everything that you brought up with town meeting members. So we can answer the questions for the ballot, and then town meeting ultimately, because if it doesn't pass town meeting, then that override is null and void.
It's just such a backward process this time around.
I know.
Usually these questions, part of the beauty of the way we do it is that they are
Right.
vetted and the discussion gets lots of press and lots of play at town meeting.
Exactly.
And it helps voters make their decisions because they've heard all of that. This way is just totally backwards. And so I think to Sue and Sam's question, we do, the fact that it's on the website is great. If we're able to get that information, those FAQs into the paper or to any other way that we can get that information out there, I think is helpful for people to, have access to it. Peter?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention briefly that the campaign finance law really restricts our ability even to use public resources to put out what we believe to be objective information. There's a lot more latitude. This may sound like splitting hairs, but there's a lot more latitude about putting out information for a town meeting article than there is for an override. So we will be, as Julian and Jen mentioned, we will be posting information on the website. It will be technically about the town meeting question, so that we don't violate the campaign finance laws. But I raise it only because we really are challenged to actively put forth our information about the May 19th vote per se. The data can be there, really framed around town meeting vote that is upcoming. And certainly at public meetings, we can present you with our analysis and our information, and that information is all public record. We just need to be careful about using resources to promote it.
Thank you. It's a good point. So maybe we can think about, that just being on sort of the agenda for some of our upcoming meetings so that we're educating the public about ultimately what is a town meeting question. But now it's just coming in as a vote first. So any other questions I think Doug Brown, did you have a question for Jennifer?
No, it wasn't really a question. I could let it go. I was just going to say it really is up to the voters to decide if they feel like they can financially afford to spend $36 on a $400,000 house, they'll do it. If not, we'll have to regroup and think of something else like safer grants or whatever it is that we move forward with. We're fortunate in the fact that a lot of our residents are retirees and they're going to go forward with their plans either way. And we'll just have to let the dice roll and see what happens.
That's a great point.
Can I just mention one more thing? Is I will be coming back. There is a town meeting warrant article to transfer money within the FY20 budget, and not knowing what's going on with town meeting and with other expenses and other departments, we will take that information. The Board of Selectmen can accomplish that with a vote of the Board of Selectmen and a vote of the Finance Committee. So we'll be compiling that and come in front before you some point in June, just to clean up the fiscal year we're in. And it would look a little probably different than that town meeting warrant article. But that's how we're going to deal with the fiscal year we're in, which we do every year. But since we don't know when town meeting is, and we really need to get that done by the end of the fiscal year, you'll see me again, and I'll get the Finance Committee organized for a meeting in June.
Great. Thank you very much, Jennifer. We really appreciate it, and we apologize. It's gone far longer than we usually. Not true. We always go long, but it's longer than we wanted to. So thank you.
Well, it's good to see everyone. So
thank you, Jennifer.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Next, I'm just going to step out for one moment. So Doug Brown, could you just start the next conversation with Peter McConerty, who's our DPW director, who's going to talk about status and update report on multiple planned and ongoing public work projects. So I see.
Yes,
Peter.
ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to just mute this. And
Peter, are you with us? You got to click the button that enable audio and video.
Yep. There you
Welcome.
go.
How are you?
Thank you very much.
Good.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I'd like to talk to tonight about a presentation of the roadways and the projects that we're working on in Public Works. But I believe before I do that, I'd like to give a full context of how Public Works is dealing with this COVID situation. And I think it'll play into the projects as I start discussing the projects as we're going forward. So the things that we put into place with the Public Works is our office staff and all the different offices over there. The building's locked down, the buildings are locked, so the public cannot get in. But I've asked the staff and managers to work behind closed doors whenever possible. So do not be walking in the hallways or going into other people's offices if they do not have to, because we want to be able to keep the exposure to a minimum. Several sanitizing stations were installed in the building by the facilities department. That helps out a lot. To reduce exposure, several divisions are not having their employees come into the building. They're having their employees, when they show up to work, they stay in their trucks at the beginning of work, and management will go out and they check them in, and they'll give them the task for the day. That helps them out a lot. We don't want them coming in the building just to hit the time clock. We know, we can see them out the windows, we can see them when they come in at 7 a.m. when they start. So that helps keeping the employees out of the building. Several of our Public Works employees are out on family medical leave due to the COVID-19 situation. Our divisions have mostly been concentrating on maintenance, and that's more of something that I put into play when this all started a week or so into it, because I seen where this was going, and I seen the social distancing rule of the employees staying 6 feet apart, and the masks and the coverings and the different things that needed to take place. So what we're trying to do is trying to pretty much follow the state rules of how Mass DOT is working their projects and how they're putting their projects and their contractors out. And we're trying to mimic and follow what their guidelines are, along with the CDC and the federal guidelines. So that's restricting us a little bit on the maintenance portion of it. Like I say, we're concentrating more on maintenance than on construction. Our employees are wearing face masks. However, with all the drive out there and all the PPE being in demand, we've had some problems picking up some of the face masks. On 3 different occasions, I've ordered face masks. I have 100 on order, I have 300 on order, and I have another 50 on order on different dates, so they should be coming in. We're expecting some this week, we're expecting some next week. I've ordered 9 of the infrared touchless thermometers. They'll be placed out to each of the divisions. So each of the divisions, if an employee comes in the morning, they're going to be self-checking. They're going to be checking the employees to try to keep this exposure down. And we're letting our employees know, if you're feeling sick, stay home. Sometimes people come in, they don't know if it's allergies, they don't know if it's cough, they don't know what they have. But we're recommending that our employees, if they're not feeling well, they just stay home and do not even come in. So I just wanted to give you that in the forefront of before we get into the projects. It gives you a little look into how Public Works is working. So the way Public Works is set up is we have maintenance crews, we have construction crews. We're putting most of our work into the maintenance crews. We're grading roadways, we're fixing beach erosion. Some of the projects that are in play right now, we are out supervising the sites, watching the sites, talking with our contractors that the projects are going along properly and correctly. So most of our work is being put into the maintenance side. Another item that restricts our crews would be we're putting 1 employee per vehicle. So we only have so many vehicles to go around. So what happens is sometimes we don't have vehicles for employees. So those employees will stay back at the shop, they clean the shop, they fix the tools, they maintain the tools. And if it's a good day out, not a bad day out, we put them out with one of our gator carts and put them up in the park. So they're working up in Goodwill Park and they're cleaning the park. And that park is still very busy with people using the trails and walking around the park. So with that as a forefront, I wanted to use that to go into the projects that we're working on. As we do our projects and as we do our schedules, these schedules are usually 1.5 to 2 years in advance. So we've been talking about the 2020 schedule back in 2018, early 2019 when we put these together. And when we put the projects together, we have our finances, we have our projects, we know how pretty much how much it's going to cost for each project. We give a contingency, so we know where we are with each project. So the funds that come in for paving, the funds that come in for doing the work, we know where we are and we know how much we can spend and how much we can allocate. And we were pretty well set up and ready to go. Right up in March, we were setting up our projects, we were working with contractors, and then this COVID-19 situation hit, and it kind of kicked us back on our feet. And now like I say, now we're dealing with the COVID-19, and like I say, we switched more from construction into maintenance. If we usually have construction projects, what Public Works would do normally with a construction project is we would go out with our crews on the construction side and we would remove the signs. We would raise the water gates. We would take out curbing. We would take out asphalt. We would remove the loam and seed. We would grade bases and set bases up for the contract. And that is a lot of cost savings to the town for us to be able to do that. A typical project with drainage, you could be talking 6, 10 basins, drainage basins. You could be talking, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of extra work for the contractor that they would have to have their workers do, and then we'll be able to do that in-house. So it works out very well. We've been doing it for many years, and been able to let us get a really big bang for the buck for public work. With this COVID-19 situation, it's a little bit different now because, like I say, we're relying on our contractors to do these basin installs. We're relying on our contractors to raise the water gates, to remove the asphalt, to remove the curbs. And it gets expensive, and it's driving our costs up for our prices. So our projects are starting to go over the allotted funds that we had to them. So that's why I wanted to go through the projects. I believe all your selectmen, you have all the list of projects that we're working on, and you have the list of what we're looking at, a little description on each project. But what I'd like to do, just go through each one of them and just briefly speak of them. So for roadway projects that are coming up, repair and improvements, one of the projects is the Main Street Route 28, the water main replacement project. As everyone knows, that's been going on for about 1.5 years now. Most of that main is underground, it's and what the contractor is doing now is he's just crossing over and cutting into the water ties. They're going to continuing that through the month of April. They'll be continuing that through the month of May. And possibly we'll see what happens with the state on the state roads. They may allow us to work in a couple of weeks in June, as they did last year. And what that'll allow us to do is most of the project will be completed. So in the fall, we'll be coming back and the contractor will be just paving and taking care of loam and seed and fixing up some of the other areas. So the project will be basically in the ground now, and then in the fall, we'll be doing the repaving, milling and repaving in the project. For the Queens Byway, the reconstruction, that roadway is going along very well. As anyone that's driven down that roadway has seen that that roadway was basically in complete failure. We had drainage problems, we had curb problems, we had sidewalk problems. So basically that is under full reconstruction right now. It's basically the gateway into Falmouth. So we're trying to bring that up. We're trying to reset some of the pink granite curb to bring that up to show that that's the segue, that's the gateway into Falmouth. So when tourists come in, when the public comes in, it'll be a nice little entrance coming into Falmouth and going down to the green. One item that I did want to pick up on this would be a perfect opportunity for the town to start looking at restricting trucks on this roadway. So I would like to implement on this section of roadway is a truck routing and a truck signage program that to keep the larger trucks off of Main Street, basically from Gifford Street up to past the Green and up to past the Queens Byway. I have, and I'm sure many people have seen many large trucks going down that road that either the truck drivers are not from around here and they're just going by what the GPS says, or they're just trying to make their way down to Woods Hole, or they're taking the shortest route. But I think this would be a great opportune time to put in signage to have trucks use Jones Road, have trucks use Brick Hill Road, and that'll take them right over to East Falmouth. And coming from East Falmouth, they can use Jones Road or Gifford Street to come back through. I think it'll alleviate a lot of congestion in the downtown. Sometimes these trucks come through, they take up the whole roadway, and I just think it would be a lot safer. Just restricted to local deliveries only. So that's something that I'd like to be looking at coming up when we do this. And it would basically just be something put on the website, and it would be additional signage. And I think that would help out a lot in the downtown area and in this Queens Byway area.
Just to be clear, Peter, that
for Brick Hill Road, we had from Gifford Street over to Sandwich Road. That roadway was once again was in failure. There's a heavy roadway that's used by trucks going to East Falmouth. There's a lot of shoving at the intersection. The asphalt is heaved, and it was cracking around the edges. We had some drainage problems, so we wanted to take care of that roadway before it became a bigger problem. So we did an overlay on that last week, and we're finishing up. It should be completed this week. Jones Road, where the courthouse is, basically from Palmer Ave down to the Coonamessett, the intersection at the Coonamessett at Gifford Street. Same thing, we're looking at doing some drainage repairs, some milling and asphalt to get the road so it doesn't go into complete failure. A Schumett Road paving. If you remember back in 2017, we took, the town took Hoop Hole Road that leads into Mashpee. Hoop Hole Road, the town took it, we did drainage on it, we repaved it. So that roadway is in good condition now. However, in the Falmouth side leading up to a Schumett Road, we had a lot of potholes, we had a lot of drainage problems in that area. So we're looking at doing some asphalt on those roadways. Palmer Ave paving, Mass DOT had sent us an email and reached out to us several weeks ago. They're looking at paving basically from Woodrise condominiums up to Pumping Station Road. So it's almost down to where the hospital lights are up to Pumping Station Road. And what they're looking at doing is repaving the entire roadway, both sides. And they asked the town, we do have multiple sewer covers going up. If you drive the road, you probably hear the banging as you're going up the road. Those are buried sewer covers under the asphalt. So we're working with the state to have those covers raised and brought back up to surface, and the covers and some of the covers replaced. Also, in the intersection where we're looking at putting the crosswalk from the bike path over to Goodwill, when we do this work, we'll be needing to put conduits under the roadway. So with the state jumping on this before us, the town's actually going to be saving money, because while they're in there working, we're going to ask them to trench across the road and put our conduits under the roadway. So we will not have to be trenching under the roadway. The state has a 5-year moratorium whenever they do work. So we would be stuck for 5 years after that. This way we'll be able to go in and just do our edge of road work once that project comes up. Conduits will be underground. So that's some good coordination between the town and the state. Another project is go ahead.
Actually, I think you, Peter, there's some reverb back for some reason.
From me, you're getting some reverb back?
Just then, so go ahead. I don't know, it just happened right then, so I think you're okay.
Okay, so the Trunk River Bridge, this is a project that I actually was working on a good 7 or 8 years ago. That bridge over the Trunk River and the MBL parking lot is in complete failure, and it's actually lucky that it's lasted these many years. So over the last couple of years, we have put into design that a new bridge to go over the Trunk River, and we had the design completed, we had the funds allocated, so that bridge is moving forward. It's under replacement. We got permitting from the Conservation Commission. And along with that bridge replacement, we're also looking at the Trunk River revetment, that a piece of the shoreline and revetment on the edge of the bike path got wiped out last summer, fall with some coastal storms. So with this project, we went through the Conservation Commission. They allowed us to do this revetment along with this Trunk River Bridge. Now, what we were looking to do is we wanted to extend the pavement down to Fay Road. But with the recent conditions of what's happening, we pulled back and we're only going to pave to the limits of the project. So it would be only to the damage of where the revetment is, and it would not go down to Fay Road. That would be a lot of extra additional asphalt. Good time to do it. The bike path's busy on the weekends, but we've been able to get this work done with minimal disruption on the bike path. Under project design, we have the Main Street project, the phase 1, the phase 2, and the phase 3 that everyone is aware of. We've been working with the state on reviewing the phase 3 plans and the phase 2 and phase 1 plans. What the town has done is we ended our contract with our original transportation consulting firm, and we are now contracting with a company, GPI, that's out of Stoneham. GPI did the Jones Road intersection at Stop and Shop. They did the intersection down at Davisville. So they're familiar with, very familiar with Falmouth. They're very familiar with Mass DOT, so they know the people at Mass DOT. They know what they're looking for. So I think we're going to be able to get a lot more service and a lot more work to have this project move forward with GPI. MassDOT did come back with comments. Most of the comments were on phase 3. Some of them were okay. Some of them are going to have to be revisited. So what we'd like to do is, if things get back to having public meetings, or if we can have a teleconference, we would like to have our consultant come in and show the different options to the selectmen, and basically come back to reopen that project and get that project moving again. Which could mean going back to the phase 3 and going through. There's going to be some items on the phase 3 we're going to have to look at, and items on the phase 2 and phase 1. But our consultant will be able to give you a good overview of what we're working on and where we are with that. So that project is moving forward. Sam Turner, Route 151, Boxbury Hill, Cloverfield intersection. As everyone knows, we had a fatality there in 2017. The police department, the fire department, that is our most dangerous intersection in town. There's a lot of accidents up there. It's not well lit. The conditions up there, it's for speeding. Vehicles speed past 50 miles an hour. They're doing 60 to 70 miles an hour. So we're looking at options of roundabouts or options of signalized intersection. So our same company under design is looking at working at putting some conceptual drawings, some plans together. And hopefully, if we bring this consultant up to talk about the Main Street project, the 3 phases, we could also have them talk about this 151, come up with some concepts that the selectmen can see for either the roundabouts or for the signalized intersection. Route 151, the Sandwich Road intersection. We're looking to do some modest upgrades to that. That's in design. We're looking at putting, if you were going east towards Mashpee, we're looking to put a left-hand turn lane there, going down towards the base and going down towards the Shumat Pond. There are a lot of accidents there, and there's some blind spots in that area. So we're looking to do some modest design in that area. Construction design funding for these projects has been made available. Construction money for these projects has not been made available. So these projects are at least a couple of years out, if not longer. But this gives us a good opportunity to get off the ground and get working as to where we want to go, especially that Cloverfield and Sam Turner intersection. For Gifford Street and Jones Road, this intersection where the Coonamessett is, that intersection is our most congested intersection in town. So last year, once again, we have our designers looking at some conceptual drawing for doing that intersection over. And that intersection will most likely be left turn lanes on all corners to alleviate some of the traffic. Basically, there's one queue on that lane right now, on both those lanes right now, and it's 25 seconds of green, 3 seconds of yellow, and 2 seconds of red, and 25 seconds of green for the many vehicles that come across coming down Jones Road or coming down from the hospital. The vehicles just don't make it. Or if they're coming down through Gifford Street down towards the downtown, they just don't make it. It gets backed up. Many times during the summer, we have vehicles backed up past our building at Public Works. At that intersection. So that is, once again, we would like if the consultant comes in and gives a presentation to be able to go through this project. I mentioned a little bit about the Palmer Ave crosswalk at Goodwill. We're moving forward with that. That project is in design and it's going forward. We're working towards 100% design. We're at about 70% right now. We're going through comments with the state of what they want to see. It is good that we're working with the state and that they're taking the lead on repaving the roadway. So that is, like I said, that is something we won't have to do in the future going onto the roadway. That's going to save us some time in design and with some traffic management plans, and it's going to save us some time and construction dollars. But once again, this is a project that the design funds were made available, but the construction funding has not been allocated for it yet. So when it comes up to construction, we will be looking at we're going to have to be looking at getting some construction dollars for that. So now I have several projects that, we are Public Works. We like to put projects in motion. We like to get projects completed for the lowest cost that we can, and we like to help out as much as we can to keep our projects down. But we do have several projects in here that we're looking at to see if we can have delayed because of the situation that we're in right now and for the foreseeable future, coming up with the as Jennifer had mentioned about the capital funding. One of the first project I'd like to talk about is the Chappaquay Beach, the parking lot queue lane. This is a project that I'm sure I know you're all aware of, because I know last summer we had many people from West Falmouth come in and they were expressing their concerns about the queue lane out there last summer. And early last fall is when Public Works were able to get a hold of that and start doing some design on that. We did some design options on the project. We brought it forward. We met with the police chief, the town manager, with Julian, and talked about how we could, and the beach superintendent, how we could put this forward and make this project work and actually fit a queue lane in there. There was no way that it was going in the roadway, so the only thing we could do is take a piece of the parking lot to work to make this go through. But with the design, we were able to actually fit this within the parking lot, and we only lost 2 or 3 spaces in there when it was actually completed and done. So that project went through. The design was looked at. The beach committee selected. We had 2 different designs. They selected the design that they wanted. So we were moving forward to see if we can go into construction with that. And during that time frame with Public Works, where we were looking at our budget, and at that time we thought we might be able to fit that into the 2020 early pre-season project. With everything that's going on, the extra work that we're asking our contractors to do and the work that we're not doing at this time, that has become more of a problem for us because the costs will go up to build that. So we're looking to see if we can delay that or postpone that, not to cancel it, but delay or postpone that project. We have 4 other roadways that we were looking at for asphalt. Quistit Harbor Roadway, basically from the intersection of the 4-way intersection from Quistit Harbor Road down to the harbor. We're looking at doing drainage, milling, paving. Deepwood Drive over in East Falmouth is another roadway that we're looking at, that we had for asphalt, milling, and paving. It's a road that does need repair, but during these times, I'm kind of getting into and looking at, talking with our division heads of critical spending. I want to, if we're going to spend funds to do a project, I want to make sure we're going to get the biggest bang for what we need for the public, for the town of Falmouth. So these projects are the projects that we're asking to be delayed. Sandwich Road is another roadway from the fields up to 151. It is in tough shape. The roadway has been delaminating and falling apart over the years, but if we had to hold it off, we could hold it off for a time being. Old Main Road is another road up in North Falmouth. We would like to see if we can delay that until further notice. And the bike path is a project for the North Falmouth extension to the Bourne Town line. So the CPC committed to allocating 50% of the funds for that project, with the request that the remaining funds come from the town. So what we had done late last year and early this year is we put in a Chapter 90 request for the remaining funds. The Chapter 90 request was approved, so the project, we do have the project is approved and it is on a list when the funds allocated to that project. However, once again, with everything that's going on, we would like to we don't want to take that project off the list. We want to keep it allocated, but we want to hold on to those funds if something does happen and we do need funds to do some other work. They need to go in and dip into some of those funds for the Chapter 90. Typically with that Chapter 90, April is the month that we get our allocations. I have not heard, with everything that's going on with the state, I have not heard of any allocations for the Chapter 90. So I'm not sure where that is this year. Each year we usually get a typical, the last 4 years we've had the same amount. It's been about $1.25 million. I have not heard any word of that this year. And it's usually done in late March. So as that moves forward, if we hear anything, we'll bring that forward. But that is one project that we would like to just hold, put on for hold, to be able to keep those funds in reserve if we have to be. That is most of our projects. It's our most prominent projects. It's not all our projects. Two additional projects that we had was the Chappaquay seawall that I was looking at. The Chappaquay seawall is a project that I was working on when I started back in 2007. And it was such a large project that we had to break it up for funding purposes. So in 2012, we did a section. In 2015, we did a section. I believe last year or a year and a half ago, we did another section. We're getting ready to go in and do a fourth section. That section's already been designed. Funds were allocated for it. It went out to bid in the fall. We've been working through it. So that project will be starting construction. That will be coming up because we are getting a lot of erosion from that roadway. It's actually undermining under the wall and going on the beach. What we're doing is putting a lot of 1.5-inch stone in those holes in the roadway, and it's washing right underneath the wall and onto the roadway. We get calls from people saying the stone's coming onto the beach, because it's washing under the wall, basically all undermined. So that's a project that is necessary, and it does need to start. That will be starting soon. And another project is I actually sat in a group with the Shivricks Pond project to be able to work around the Shivricks Pond with Paul Dreyer and town planner Tom Bott. One of the project was for Public Works to install drainage from the library over to Post Office Road, install drainage, slope the roadway, install granite curbing, and also install a sidewalk. It is a good project, and it was well represented. It is a project that folks do want to see done. The group was very supportive of it. A lot of people were very supportive of it. But at this time right now, is that really necessary to do that project? So I think that is one other project we'd like to be seeing if we could delay for a time being, not cancel, but to delay. So to recap, the projects that I mentioned before, that they're moving forward well, they're under construction. But the projects to be delayed are Chappaquay Q Lane, Quistit Harbor Road, Deepwood Drive, Sandwich Road, Old Main Road, the bike path. Like I say, the bike path, the funds are there. We're not going to take it away. It's allocated. It's just that we'd like to keep them in reserve if we have it. And we'll have to seriously consider Catherine Lee Bates also. I know that's a lot of information that came through, but it's been a busy year for Public Works.
Yeah, and I think it's an important time for people to have an update. I saw Sue and then Doug, and then I have some comments from folks that they wanted me to pass on to you. So Susan, go ahead.
Okay, so just maybe by project, is that the way it makes sense? So starting with Chappaquay Beach, I think that's a concern when you look at the coronavirus and the adaptations that I think the health department is going to have to make in terms of social distancing. And if you add that to the fact that the revenue source for the town is very high with the beaches, and thirdly, the many meetings we all endured along with the local community and homeowners last year with the parade of folks just and sort of being jammed up or trying to get onto that beach. And further, the time that was really depleted from the police department in having to really negotiate that area. I think that that's one project that, if I remember correctly, was actually fairly well along. And it reminds me of when we looked at the situation with the poorhouse, and we were talking about the roof, for example. There are situations where I think it makes sense to put a small amount of money toward, or whatever money is necessary here, toward a situation that I think is takes a little bit to get resolved, versus if we delay is really going to be exacerbated along with the time that we're going to try to really adjust to the community, over the summer as the social distancing changes. And I did have a comment on the bike path, but I'd like to reserve that till we get there.
Or, and if I can just, go ahead, Doug. Is this about Chappaquiddick? Oh, you're muted still.
I was going to ask Peter, it seems like it's a relatively simple job, isn't it? I mean, you're moving that railing back and repainting. Is there drainage involved, or is there some major expense that would cause that project to be delayed?
No, what the project is the guardrail has to come out. So we're
Right.
gonna have to move we'll have to put new guardrail into the parking lot.
Mhm.
And we'll have to mill that whole area between the new guardrail and the roadway to put the lane in. And then we'll need to go in and completely black out the parking lot and realign the parking spaces, but because the parking space is somewhat changed, lengths and the widths of the aisles somewhat changed.
Right. But overall, I mean, I understand the scope of it. It doesn't seem like a big project to me, even after you described it.
Yeah, so normally what we would do with Public Works is we would go in and remove the parking lot. We would go in and try to scrape out the asphalt and get the asphalt set up. But what we're working with right now is just, I'm trying to keep my crews away from doing the physical construction portion of it. If someone's in a machine, they can do it with the machine. But I'm trying to keep the guys physically working in close proximity, if we can, to the greatest extent practical on it. So what we'd be doing is we'd be relying on our contractors to do that work. And it would have to be done, well, it's the end of April, it would have to be done in the first 3 weeks of May.
Doug Jones?
Well, and Sue's concern is only if we open the beaches. Right now, the beach parking lots aren't open. We don't know if we're going to be even opening the beaches this summer.
And if I can just read, because I was requested to read, I'll just summarize it because it is so late, but Paul Moskowski from, who is obviously chair of the Beach Committee, asked me to just note his concern about this particular project, that this has been, project long in the making, and people have worked for quite a while to come up with a remedy, and that DPW had done a great job moving forward, and that it is not a good use of police resources, and that the beaches typically contribute 500 to 700,000 to the town coffers, and that this sort of undermines that particular piece. I wanted to. He asked me to read that into the record, and I think it sounds like a similar concern to Sue and Doug Brown. And Doug Brown, go ahead.
I was going to just ask, I know I understand you're trying to get away from the construction to try to minimize exposure to the crew. Is that the thinking?
Well, I'm trying to, there is some construction that we do have to do, but I'm trying to keep them apart as much as I can. And this project, they would be working, if they were out there, they would be working, removing the guardrail. They would be in close proximity. So what we're doing is we're going to be asking our contractors to do it. It's an additional cost. It's an additional cost for the contractors to do it. So what would happen is it would be our paving contractor to go in there to mill and to pave. It would be our guardrail contractor to go in there and guardrail. And then we'd have to call a painting company to come in there and black out everything else. And have to go out, lay it all out, put it all back out, put it all back down. It's a good, honestly, if that did come to fruition to install that, that's a good amount of work to do that we're right now at the end of April. I know the parking lots in those areas down there get busy, so.
It's such a great year. Seems like such a great year to do it though, with this, the parking lot closed and all.
Yep. Time frame, you're probably looking at, if we could get the contractors to come together on that, you're probably looking at 3 weeks. Probably get it, to get it done. Once they start to finish, maybe 2 weeks, but we'd have to see if we can get them lined up.
Right.
Sue?
One thing to consider, and Peter, you would know this much better than I would. I've heard from folks I talk with in construction that because lots of work has been deferred or delayed, the pricing might be better for this opportunity. The other thing is whether there might be some kind of coordination with the rest of the work for that area that further down on that road where you're fixing the, you just mentioned the project for the beach that you were, sort of phase 3. Is there any way that there would be a benefit by coordinating that? Or, because I know people would ask, well, why are you fixing this and not that?
Yeah, well, that project's already completed. It already went out to bid. The contracts, the documents have already been set. The scope of work's already been set for the Chappaquay seawall portion of it. So we wouldn't be able to combine them together. They are two separate projects.
I just meant like temporally in time. In other words, not that it would become one project.
Yep. I mean, if that was something that's going to happen, with what's going on, that would have to happen quick, because it's gonna get busy, and who knows if they're gonna open up beaches or what they're gonna do with beaches with the restrictions on it, so.
Did I see Doug Jones? Did you have your hand up? Doug Brown?
I have another question, not exactly related to that. So, well, actually a couple if I could. One is there any plans to work on the bike path bridge at Fay Road that was damaged by an Eversource truck? Is there any need to do it? And is there any plan?
Actually, with the insurance companies and Eversource are working back and forth right now. The truck, the aerial overhead truck that hit the bridge. Yeah, the Eversource is working with the insurance companies to going back and forth to fix that bridge. Yeah, the plans are to fix it.
Okay. And second, one more question if I could.
Go ahead, Doug. Yeah.
So when you were mentioning the 151 Boxbury Hill intersection, and you said that the funding is not in place, is the transportation committee still meeting in like Zoom meetings? Is that process still going on of funding projects, or has that come to a halt?
I don't believe the transportation committee has met yet. I don't think, because this basically, they were created, and this is exactly right around the time frame when this COVID-19 started.
Are you talking about our town transportation committee?
No, I'm talking about the TIPS committee
TIP.
that organizes and approves these projects.
Right, the TIP has been, well, actually, no, I don't think they met the last couple of months. But in order for the TIP to work, the TIP, so it gets a little convoluted. So what happens is that Route 151 is a town road. It's not a state road. If we went to do construction on Route 151, we would, to do it to state standards and follow all the guidelines for the state, then it'd be a much bigger project, a much bigger package. We could go that route. It would be more money. The thought was with 151 is at some point in the future when the projects get set up, that I would be going to, or town engineer would be going to town meeting and request funds for that. It would be a less of a project to do that, less of a cost to do that. So that was our thought process, to come to town meeting to request funds for that.
I thought that was a state highway.
No, 151 is town. There is a state license on it that they review all our projects. They have to review it. But it is it's town jurisdiction.
Okay.
So Peter, and then I'll go back to you, Sue. Peter, I have from Bikeway and Pedestrian, and I think they had sent it to you, sort of a list of some questions. Some you have already addressed. Just for the timeliness, because it's so late, I would just ask that if you could just go through that email, there was an attachment, and if you didn't cover it tonight, if you could just respond to them, answering some of those questions, because I just think it's not a good use of anyone's time at 11:15. And some of the things you may not be prepared to answer as fully as if you have time to really look at it. So if you could do that, Scott Lindell had sent them, and I think you were on it. If for some reason you can't find it, let me know.
Will do.
And you have actually touched upon most of them. Sue, go ahead.
That was my point on the bike path as well. But I just feel like we should make a decision on the Chappaquay Road project, and I want to move that goes ahead. I'm really concerned with dealing with problems down the road, as opposed to this kind of ready to go smaller project being done. I just really feel like it would avoid a lot of the problems that we were dealing with last year, especially when you superimpose the social distancing and you have all the folks who are, all the summer residents are coming to, experience Falmouth even in a socially distanced, framework. So I think that's the project here that should definitely go forward, and I'm making that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I would second that because, as Stu pointed out, with that beach being a source of revenue, granted, we might not get much revenue this year, but we should be in a position to get the revenue if it's possible. And I mean, it just seems like one that should go forward if possible.
Any discussion from the board on this issue? Doug Jones?
I'm more inclined to support what Mr. McCartney suggesting. I just don't think this is the right time to do it. We'll certainly get it done for 2021, but I don't think we need to get it done now. I don't think the revenue difference in revenue we're talking about is not significant enough. We need to do it right now. It's going to cost us more, and probably the net sum will be. It's not going to balance out. It's going to cost us that much more to do it.
You mean the difference in having the contractor do the work?
Right.
Sam? You're muted. I think you have to either talk into the phone or. That's okay.
The other question is, Peter's concerned about the health issues of the DPW employees and whether you can work in close proximity to get that job done in an efficient way without endangering somebody's health. And I don't know the answer, so I have to defer to Peter in that regard in his judgment.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Roll call.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Moran?
Moran, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
Jones?
All right. Jones, nay.
Sam? Patterson?
Patterson, nay.
English Braga. I understand the importance of the project, but I really am going to defer to our Director of Public Works. This is such a different time, so I'm going to vote against it, so nay.
Okay.
But I think, Peter, you've heard that this is an important project, so the hope is that whatever the delay is, we can move forward when it makes sense to do so.
Will do.
Anything else from or for Peter from anyone? Thank you very much, Peter. Great update.
Thank you, Megan. And yes, I do have those emails. I went through them today. I got the emails today from the Bikeways Committee. I did review on some of the items, but I'll respond back to.
I appreciate it. It's a better use of time for you to do it. Thank you.
Will do. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Okay, we've already done the status report on special events. We have an annual reappointment of Inspector of Animals. Mr. Jones, would you mind reading off that list? Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Hold on just a sec. At least I thought I did.
Okay, I may have it here.
I can read it for you, Megan, if you want.
This will be the motion, and then I'll just look to Mr. Jones for the second after Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Philip G. Lang. This all has to do with inspectors of animals. Excuse me, Philip G. Lang for a term ending April 30th of 2021. Daniel Donahue for a term again ending April 30th of 21. Jessica Gal again ending 4/30/21. Jana Silva again a term ending 4/30/21, and Scott McGann term ending 4/30/21.
Jones, second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call. English Braga, aye. Moran?
Moran, aye.
Brown?
Brown eye.
Jones?
Jones, aye.
Patterson?
Patterson, aye.
Okay, we have an approved 2020 annual season license renewals. Let me go through them. Sam, you are unmuted. If you'll second these, please. Lodging house license, Captain Tom Lawrence Inn, 75 Locust Street, Inn on the Sound, 313 Grand Avenue, Woods Hole Passage, B&B Inn, 186 Woods Hole Road, Elizabeth Hath Inn, 165 North Falmouth Highway, Woods Hole Inn, 28 Water Street.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call, English Braga, aye. Moran,
Moran, aye.
Brown,
Brown, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Okay, secondhand dealer license, Uncle Bill's Country Store, 412 North Falmouth Highway, St. Vincent de Paul's Thrift Shop, 18A Davisville Road, Village Lamp, 628 West Falmouth Highway, Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, Harmony Hut, 105 Spring Bars Road, Hand in Hand Thrift Shop, 141 Sandwich Road, Cash Point, 350 East Falmouth Highway.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call, English Braga, aye. Moran,
Moran, aye.
Brown,
Brown, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
and Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Great, thank you. Minutes of our public meeting, March 23rd, 2020.
I move to approve these minutes and release to public access.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, English Braga, aye. Moran,
Moran, aye.
Brown,
Brown, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Thank you. Individual selectmen's reports.
I had a very nice week.
Excellent. Town manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Given the lateness of the hour, no further report to offer other than what's been transmitted in writing. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Anything else from anybody?
Move adjournment.
Okay. He beat you to it.
I'll second that.
Roll call. With huge thanks to Mr. Cox and Mr. Banworth and Mr. Johnson Staub for all of their work to run this meeting smoothly. This was a very long and complicated agenda, so thank you. English Braga, aye. Moran,
Moran, aye.
Brown,
Can we start at 6 next time?
sure.
Brown, aye.
Jones,
Jones, aye.
and Patterson.
Patterson, aye.
Won't end any earlier. You know how that goes. Thank you all. Good night.
Aye.
Thank you.